Oh, how's everybody doing? Happy weekend, happy Friday, whatever time it is by you. It's probably Saturday in some places, and in some places it might even be Sunday. I'm not quite sure how the whole time zone thing works, but it never ceases to amaze me when Japan is a day ahead of us, right? Craziness. But anyway, where are we at? Where are we at? We're finishing up a song called What's the Word? By Real Be Easies, and we're at a moment where we were right about to do automation when we called the last one. We said, what did we say? We said, here we go, ending here, because it's all we have left is some finishing touches and automation. So I haven't listened to the song since. All I did was print the song again. So if you notice at the end of the last stream, it said 1C. There was a weird debacle where one of the plugins was not acting like it was on, so we had to do the reset, and it fixed itself, but I had to print the song again because there was this weird, like, space-time continuum rip that sounded like a clover field was coming into our atmosphere, and I was able to just print it again, and that whole thing went away, but for some reason, 1C, the print I did on stream, had that rip in it. We talked about it. It was a weird, crazy sound, but there's solutions for that too, like committing that track with the effects, so you don't have to worry about it processing it each time. That should eliminate it. But I was just determined to just print it again rather than committing, and it fixed itself. So if it shows up again, we'll deal with it, and if not, we'll just leave it as is. So let's jump into it. This is where we're at. I wrote reprint of 1C. It's the exact same thing. So nothing's changed. Not a tweak has been made. There's just not this crazy, ridiculous ripping sound, which is sometimes a result of the processing power of your computer kind of being overworked or overtaxed. And in my case, there's it's all happens on the same computer. There's 4K cameras, and there's, in addition to the session, and it's all being both streamed and recorded. So there's a bunch of stuff going down, which, when you combine that plus the Galaxy Tape Echo, it starts to get crazy on you. The Galaxy Tape Echo, for some reason, has always been a plugin that I don't know I think it actually runs on the chips, which makes even less sense for why that would be the crazy thing. I'm just curious about that. Yeah, the Galaxy Tape is it a native running? No, that's running on the satellites, which is even weirder. Like, it's not running on the computer at all. So I don't get it. But either way, I don't have to get it. There's the parameters in it that being automated are crazy. There's a lot of them. So maybe that's the problem. But either way, let's rock and roll here. What do we got? What's going on? Alex Christoph drums, dude. Dude, every time it gets kind of late, I think of you and that Pulp Fiction meme where John Travolta is just sort of like looking around when he's in Mia Wallace's place, and he doesn't know what to do with himself. He's just sort of like, looking for stuff. That's the best meme of all time. And when Alex Christoph posted that, he's like, "Are we streaming tonight?" And then it's just him. It's just the John Travolta thing. It's hilarious. That's hilarious. This is probably one of the best memes ever for my style and taste. So good stuff over there, bro. What do we got? Alex Christoph talking about GDP. Evan, show me how to get a studio job. I just lost my shit on a customer. I can't stand this job sometimes. It's harder and harder to get a job at a commercial studio these days because there are less and less commercial studios. Always. Every day, just on a constant basis, there's less and less and less of them. And it's mostly because there's just less work. More and more people work at home. More and more people who, maybe were using their studio to record bands and this and that just decided there's so little of this happening, but they might still be getting mix gigs. So they just create a studio in their place and get rid of the commercial place with the overhead, and then they mix from home. I mean, look at what happened with most of the people who wind up mixing wind up doing that at some point. Andrew Sheps works out of his home these days. Chad Blake works out of his home these days. So it's like the idea of home studio is now the thing. A lot of commercial studios are built in homes for half as much overhead and half as much electric bill and everything else as having a commercial facility. They just create the second entrance and everything in their house, and that's typical stuff these days. That's like common. So because of that, though, less bands, less demand for people at these facilities, and the couple of those that do exist, that where there is a demand, they're mostly hiring, interns for no pay, mostly. And there might be one or two people that are go-to kind of always there people that get paid very, very little, that kind of thing. Just enough to keep them alive, if that. But there's just the way it works. There's so many people who want those jobs, and there's so few of those jobs that it becomes impossible to get them. You have to know somebody. You have to, be in a position where they want you for some reason. And like I said, those jobs, there's so few of them that like you're not going to get any. There's not going to be any pay where you can the battle today is like the amount people are willing to pay for anything to do with what they could, they're comparing it to doing it at home for nothing. So you have to charge low amounts. If you charge anything upwards of a certain amount, almost nobody is going to use it except for the people who could afford that. And these days it's impossible to pay for your own life, let alone music. So it's just, no matter what job, even music related or not, most jobs don't pay enough to live these days, and that's just the way it is. So welcome, and wake up and smell the coffee, everybody. It's the deal. Stelios, Leosti. How we doing, Stelios? Nice to see you again also, man. And I know you're in Greece. So we got Alex Christoph, California, and we got I think you're in California, right? Yeah, you're in California. And Stelios in Greece. So let's hit play. Let's see where we're at. And then we'll make our final moves to finish this song up, which is, nothing's been done since the last session. So let's just play it. Let's hear where we're at. That's a good starting point always. Okay. All right. 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 Now, there's a couple interesting things I noticed when I was going through that. Overall, I kind of like the vibe and feel of it, so I don't want to take it too off center. It could use a little brightness, but I want to wait until after, like, and that's really two bus, I'm thinking. Also, it's very interesting how this song is only, the compressor on the mix bus is only active on, like, kick and snare. Like, that's it. There's really nothing else even getting close to it because of where the threshold is set. And it's fine. Some songs benefit from sounding a little more open. And really, the only bit of compression, you could kind of consider the saturation of the ATR 102 compression. Technically, it's not compression, but it kind of is at the same time. It's smushing, so it is what it is, right? We got the ATR 102 doing some of the work here, the bus comp doing very little, and then the mic DSP doing the rest. And yeah, it could use a little brightness, and I might get brightness in this case a couple ways. I could just dial it in on the EQ. Sometimes just like we're boosting 1 dB at 20K. We could wind up turning that up a bit. But I like where things are sitting, so I don't want to touch a whole lot. Like, I could also bring down from 20K, bring it more to like something more in the audible spectrum, like 10K, and brighten up a bit there, and then that 1 or 2 dB will go a longer way. However, I might hit them with the A-type. I really like using the A-type, the exciter function on the A-type, especially when combined with tape, because that's, I feel like, what it's made for. You could put it after or before. I have a tendency to like brightening into tape because tape rounds things off in a nice way. So you could put it after, but I do like it before a little bit more. Sometimes. Depends on the song. So we're going to experiment with both of those. Oh, Stelios was saying he just watched a CLA video. Yeah, I saw that. What was it? They released like a free mixing with the masters, one of the CLA ones. He's done a bunch of them. Just watched CLA mixing a Green Day song. Really great advice. Start by using 6 to 8 plugins, although he's used, yeah, it is amazing advice to use less plugins in general, and that's what we got going here. Most of my tracks, if you ignore all the effects, because like you said, although he's used all the outboard gear I can think of, anyway, great. What he still uses in the outboard world is tons of effects for vocals and for drums and for, he's got hardware units that for most of us, we're using plug-in versions of what he has the hardware units of. And he's got tons of that stuff on every mix. But, like if you were to just add up what he's using there, you're already over 6 to 8 plugins. So the way I think he means what he's saying is actually, irrespective of delay and reverb, try to use only 6 to 8 plugins on the mix. And I achieve that every single mix because I have the same philosophy. Like, if you look at most of the tracks, like snare, we have an SSL 4KG. We have that on everything, but notice, like, overheads, they're just a 4KG, 4KG on kick. Every once in a while, I'll add, like, the Studer, something, a little more saturation I need, a little soft clipping of some kind. That's what the Elysia Alpha Comp is doing, a little bit of a soft clipper. So if you think about it, like, between adding the Studer, the SSL 4KG, the SSL G-Bus comp that I use all the time, even for a drum parallel as well as on the mix bus, like, I'm fairly close to that 6 plugin deal. I'm very selective. I'm definitely within the 6 to 8 range. But like Radiator showed up on this, but really you need something to do saturation for you. You could get it all out of one plugin, but when you start mixing for a long time, certain plugins do better on certain things. They just have a flavor. And every plugin has a flavor, so I know I like the flavor of the soft clipper on the Elysia Alpha Comp, for example, and I use it just for that sometimes. I don't use it to compress because I got all the compression I need on my drum parallel. So, like, this is drum parallel City, and it's doing what I need for the snare, so I might have a little on the channel where I just tickle the light sometimes, So there's a little bit happening there, and then there's the smush on the bus comp, the drum parallel. Whereas this is mostly for a soft clipper. And on kick, I much prefer the Studer because you get all this free bottom end when you use any of the tape plugins, really. They really bump the bottom end a lot. So for things like kick, they really work. Or if you have a really thin snare, they could work well there too. I've used it on snare a lot. Bass is the one where always a 4kg, always an 1176, sometimes a different one, Bomb Factory, CLA, you pick. I like the Blue Stripe on bass a lot, but I've also used the one where I could take the ratio down to like 2-to-1. It's like the Special Edition or AE or one of those 1176s. But in addition, some sort of saturation thing, and instead of using a tape one, I like the SPL Twin Tube. It's my favorite way to saturate the bass because it has a very particular flavor. So yeah, it's like over time you develop what you like. And in this case, we're running a parallel about 10 dB lower than the bass tracks feeding the mix bus. We're saturating with a Neve 1073 and really cranking the Marconi knob on it, the macaroni knob I call it, and then a little Sans amp. Arguably the best bass EQ saturator there is. It's a saturator, but it's really, you dial it in like crazy, which is why it's one of the old school's mainstays and it's still there forever. But if you look at this mix, there's nothing on each channel. There's on every guitar, there's only an SSL 4kg. It's like, I embody that CLA philosophy like crazy. Vocals, add a de-esser to the mix, still using 1176 and a 4kg. It's like big deal, Where you'll see a lot of different effects like micro pitch mover or like the micro shift, the little plate, Echo Boy, Eventide. This is like CLA has a bunch of different effects for his vocals and drums and whatever he wants to send to him, really. Galaxy Tape Echo, all sorts of stuff. But most of the tracks get like nothing. All the vocals, SSL 4kG 1176. Literally, as simple as I could make it, as always my philosophy, do less. It's like a tattoo I should have at some point. Do less. And on our mix bus, tape plugin, bus comp, the Sidecar, which is one of my absolute favorite plugins, and Mic DSP ML4000, another one of my favorites. The Imager pops on and off, the Fusion Imager, but you could use any of them, which is just a little bit of widening. I use very little in certain places, like for me, where I want the song to just jump a little bit. And that takes the place of needing to automate the master, automate the mix bus volume. The reason sometimes I'll do it, sometimes I don't do it if I don't need it. Like if it feels like it's already getting bigger naturally, I don't need to take the volume down, and I don't need that extra dB really, but sometimes it's helpful. And then the Oxford Inflator doing its bit of saturation thing. So we've got, it's pretty bare bones, I'd say. The whole thing is on the bare bones side. That's a good point too. GDP says CLA was checking the phase and correlation quite often at the beginning of that video. Yeah, to make sure he's not losing, signal. But when you got a great producer recording the thing, like Green Day had, most of the time that stuff's going to come to him in great shape. But the way I like to think about it is once you start adding processing to it, especially with plugins, that's when you might have to keep rechecking. Like I checked the phase on the bass a lot of times as I added plugins, because as I was experimenting at the end of the last stream, I was like trying to get more out of the bass. I really like the way the bass sounds right now. Just it's nice and punchy and present, and I hear all the nuances of the dudes playing, all the mutes, which is what makes a bass sound amazing. And I checked the phase every time I switched out what plugins I was trying. It's like I'd add the Neve 1073 and the Sans amp, check the phase. I'd take the Sans amp off, add Decapitator, check the phase. Because every plugin, especially distortion plugins, have a tendency to really mess with the phase relationship. And it's just better or worse. That's the beauty of the polarity flip. You're going better or worse. More low end, less low end as I flip. Okay, this has more low end. I'm leaving that one. You know what I'm saying? That's really all I'm doing. And it's so easy to do that, of course, CLA is going to do it. So yeah, that's another benefit of having like a channel strip on almost every plugin. It's just the ability to flip that phase real quick without adding a plugin to do it. It'll always just sit there for you. So yeah, that's how we roll. Oh yeah, Stelios, that's his thing. That's what I was saying. He's using 5 plugins, or in his case, hardware units for reverb. Like, he's blending 4 or 5 reverbs, or and 3-4 delays into those reverbs. So it's like he's got more than 8 plugins just in his effects for reverb and delay. But his concept still holds true. And like that's what I'm saying. I think he didn't mean including effects for stuff, because effects is where the palette can go crazy on you a little bit for effects. But for the workhorse tools, yeah, stay basic with it. Learn your plugins rather than buying everything under the sun. It's like every compressor, sure, it has a flavor, but get to know some really well, and then at least you got 3 to choose from. This works well on this. This works well on this, It's easy. Stelios. Yeah, sometimes, I have a hard time believing he doesn't DS a vocal, but he might get stuff that's already been DS'd. Like that Nick Raskolinis dude. Nick Raskolinis, who recorded Foo Fighters stuff. He's recorded a lot of stuff. A lot of great bands. He's, if I'm not mistaken, he's DSing on the way in. And a lot of guys do that. A lot of, like, when you were working with CLA, it's not often, like, recorded in a bedroom and sent to CLA to deal with everything. So the vocal might come to him already sounding great. Also, if you pick the right mic for that vocalist, the DSing will be way less needed of it. Just the right vocal mic. So it's like the sibilants can come out way more on some mics than others, depending on where exactly it is and that vocalist. So there's a bunch of stuff here. And that's another reason why he might not have to do that much, because when you're working with dudes who are, hitting the stuff on the way in, every time I record anything, I'm hitting it with some kind of EQ, most likely, and some kind of compression if it needs it, if it's that kind of source. So what I'm thinking about is, like, if I do more now on the front end, while I'm mixing, I need to do less. So if you're getting stuff from guys that are getting their sound and committing it prior to sending it to you, it's less need for stuff, including de-essing, including compression, including everything. You might still need to do a little bit to get it to do something you want, but the color's coming to you that way, which is a big difference. You don't have to add tons of saturation and stuff when it's there already, because they recorded everything through a 1073 with the macaroni knob cranked. Gotta love a cranked macaroni knob. I think it's called Marconi. But I like to say macaroni. What's up? Shigiono. How you doing, Shigiono? Shigiono says, greetings all. We have a music arts festival in our town over the next few days, so I'll pop in later if the live stream is still going. Dude, thanks for stopping by, bro. Absolutely. Oh, we got Sonic Soundworks in the house. What's going on, Sonic Soundworks? Secret Yamaha 90s Reverb SPX 90. Yep, that's the one that Andy Wallace likes a lot too. It's that chorusy symphonic preset for bass, I think, is his thing. Valhalla has a free plugin that does that. If anybody's interested, it's the Space Modulator. It has a symphonic preset thing on it. But yeah, that's a very popular unit. Rick Beato's talked about that on his channel also. At VN, no, it's like unknown but with V's. Unknown but with V's. How you doing over there? What's poppin', Unknown? We got lots of big cats have assistants that do audio janitors work beforehand. Yeah. Well, most of the time, if it's a big enough cat, they're not having their assistant do the janitor stuff. That's what an intern's job is for. To keep the place clean, to go on coffee runs. They don't have their assistants do that. If it's a big enough cat. And the reason I say that is because you don't need a whole lot to be able to start hiring interns. Like, you could have a studio in your house, but if it's technically commercial enough, you can pretty much get interns. So it comes down to, if you're a hired assistant getting paid to do stuff, like, a lot of those guys just take pride in their space and their work environment. So they might dust and vacuum and clean and stuff anyway, because they need it to be that way, and they don't trust somebody to do it who doesn't give a shit because they're not getting paid like an intern. But there's usually so many people, if you're in a place that can hire interns, that will. And then the assistant doesn't have to do all the shit jobs. It also depends on how busy they are, right? If they're not that busy, their assistant can do everything, and they don't need the interns. If they're real busy, the assistant's got stuff to do. Usually he's prepping the sessions, and he could be running a whole nother thing in another room if there's enough room. So it really depends on what kind of studio you're dealing with. But you're totally on point with the fact that, you're not always going to be doing glamorous stuff unless you're the one who's the guy. If you're the assistant to the guy, be prepared to do anything and everything that they need that has nothing to do with audio. That could be part of it. But the bigger the cat, that's why that part didn't make sense to me. The bigger the cat, then they have an assistant, and they also have people below the assistant that the assistant tells what to do in terms of vacuum that, we're hungry, and this, go pick up lunch, grab some coffees for everybody, that kind of thing. That's way more common. Go coil up the cables, go set up the mics and whatever, and then the assistant just comes in and checks it. But depending on the intern, they do way more than you realize. You know what I'm saying? So, macaroni with cheese knob indeed. All right, so what I'm going to do first, I'm going to come in here and just start getting set up to automate. So that means I'm dumping my kick into the kick VCA. If you're not familiar with the VCA section, this is my VCA section at the bottom here. You see it says kick, snare, all the rest of the drums. So in our case now, it's just overhead left, right, because we got 4 mics on drums for this song. That's it. Bass is going to have the 2 tracks that go here to the mix bus. When I say here, I mean the mix bus will be sent to this VCA, and then because we're not sending pre-fader, this bass bus here, this is not a pre-fader send, see? So because of that, all we're going to do is take these 3 tracks, which are all our bass tracks. It's a DI and 2 mics. All we have to do is grab all of these and send them to the bass VCA. But if you notice, we're not sending the bus, because lowering and raising these levels send more level into this, so we're okay. It also helps that there's in this particular case, there's actually no compressor on here, so it's not going to really change the sound a whole lot. It might change it a little bit if we move a dB or 2 up or down, but either way, I wouldn't sweat it either way. It's just something to keep in mind when you're using a parallel. You don't need to take the parallel also, because then you're really doubling up the level. And I used to actually do that, and I used to like it sometimes. So it's really a personal taste thing. But it's like, do you want to get these moves multiplied by 2? So you move your bass 2 dB, which sends 2 dB more level into here. And then do you want to also move the bass up 2 dB, this bus, which is a parallel? Because then that's what I mean by it's doubling your move. You have 2 more dB already going to go there when you move these. Now you're going to get another 2 dB from moving this up if you were to send that to your VCA. So that's what I mean. Just be aware of that. Now we're going to do our kick. Kick. My fingers ain't working today. Kick VCA. And then we have this snare verb not doing anything. At the moment, nothing's being sent here. Even if there was something being sent there, as long as it's not pre-fader, I don't even grab it. All right, so we're going to go snare, VCA, overhead left, right, and we might as well move our shakers and tambourines too, unless they start to get in our way and get annoying. That's the only time I won't. I'm debating. Nah, we have enough space. I'll just leave it out. I'll leave the tambourine and shaker on their own track. Drums VCA. So it's all the rest. If you have tom mics, you'd put them here. If you have room mics, you'd put them here. If you got a crotch mic, you put it here. As long as it's not kick or snare, you put it here. We'll take these, we'll put them in the other category. Shaker, tambo. It's really small percussion, but see, there's always an other. And what else we got? We did the bass. All right, guitars, I take them all. Acoustics, electrics, because they're all sort of building to the sound that we've achieved, and I don't want to mess with that balance. So I grab everything. So the red is acoustic, the green is electric. So we're going the first one all the way down through all of these, and then I go back in and I take off the buses, which is this is a bus. This is a bus. That's all the buses, all she wrote. Sometimes I flip to this view just to make sure, because it's easier to see what you've checked off here, like what you've grabbed. So here we got guitar. We're missing that bus. Good. They're always the olive green is the ones we're missing. Guitar VCA. All right, now vocals. Gonna grab vocals. So that's all the blue stuff is vocals. So let's grab all these first. And then just select these extra blues. Okay, make sure nothing else is selected, because that'll wreak havoc on your session. So it's worth a double check, because the amount of times I've accidentally grabbed something else is not good. Voc VCA. Voc VCA. Okay. Good to go. So there's always, in my case, usually like one VCA that does nothing, but it doesn't mean it doesn't have a use. Like this notice says none, and then there's no group sent to it. If I wanted to make flavor tracks, like weird delay throws or some kind of atmosphere, I might put it here. So I kind of leave one for that reason. Now, we always start our automation where the master's at 0, which feeds the mix bus. And all our VCAs are at 0. That allows me to know when I get done automating, do I need to bring the master down, which will essentially bring the level of all the VCAs down. What Andy Wallace does, because he's on a console, is, he can't just group stuff and move stuff in the same way. So what he's doing is 7 VCAs, and then the 8th is always an all VCA. So that means this is his way to do exactly the same thing as I do on the master fader, essentially, because my master fader is before the mix bus. So if he wants to decide how much level is going into his bus compressor, he does the all VCA thing to be able to move that down. I do the same thing by doing it on the master fader, and I have an extra VCA here. I never need to automate that, though, so I like to keep these on anything I might want to grab and touch, like on the SSL 360, which I'll show you what I mean, this thing. So this jam right here, if I basically can automate my entire session from this. And I think that's the best way to automate by far. Like, it's not even a question how much easier it is to automate with faders compared to like with your mouse. I start with kick on the left always, so it's always in the same place also. So the leftmost channel is always kick. Then snare, then all drums, then bass, then guitar, then the other, whatever the other is, or in our case, vocals. I'm going to switch that order because it should be other there. That's small percussion, so I might change the name of this. And now vocals, and this one's none. Usually, I might put the vocal all the way over, but it's helpful to be able to grab everything you might want at once. So that means if I put the vocal over here, now I've got this dead fader in the middle, which makes it harder to get to the vocal. and you have to start doing weird kind of, hand things to do it. So that's why I'll put everything as close together as I can to be able to grab as many things as I might want to. To be able to grab as many things as I might want to at any given time, I put all the stuff as close together as possible. I don't want to kill space at the end there. And if you couldn't hear anything I was saying just now, I apologize. It's because I didn't realize I was hitting play. Like at some point I hit the space bar. And as soon as I hit the space bar, my mic gets muted so that I don't need to wear headphones the entire mix. What's going on, Vinyl Bear? How we doing over there, yo? Everybody good? Vinyl Bear good over there? What's poppin' in Vinyl Bear world? What's poppin' in Vinyl Bear world? What's poppin' in Vinyl Bear world? What's poppin'? Do 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 do. Okay. I think I accidentally bumped a fader. It moved the freaking shaker by like 0.3, so it doesn't matter. But I was just checking on that. So where we at? Where are we at, guys? What's going on? We got let's talk about it. GDP saying anyone who watched that CLA mixing video will notice how often he has to turn knobs all the way up and down to clear noise, and how much noise an SSL knob makes while moving it. Wow. That I understand. You mean he's exercising the buttons, so to speak. He's exercising the knobs, the buttons, the whole thing. It's not unlike any piece of gear, really. If it sits around long enough, you find you'll hit the button and like what's going. You got to like freaking dance on that thing to get it to enact. And sometimes you overshoot and then turn it back down to where it is to clear some of the static and the nonsense. It's just part of it. Just another beautiful thing about working in analog, SSL now makes while moving it. Yeah, it's unfortunate sometimes some of those things make so much noise. Analog gear has that stuff, plus maintenance. Yup, that's so true. Just a few minutes while my phone charges. GDP, I'd love to spend 10 grand on some analog gear for more knob noise. That sounds totally worth it. Yup, it's the most valuable plugin in the game, the water plugin. Grab one. All right. So now that we're throwing everything into automation, let's take a crack at it. Now, the way I do that, I come down here, I throw all this stuff into touch mode, and we are going to start rocking and rolling. Now, when I do this, I'm going to be sending more level into like our bus comp and stuff, which is good because there's really not a whole lot of level hitting that freaking thing right now. We may want a little bit actually of compression instead of this little tiny dance of the needle, but we'll see. Let's take it off loop mode. You see how it's on loop mode? Shift, Command, L. Let's rock. Let's see how we can get through this thing. I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to stop. Already tell the first thing I want to do is vocals. I'm going to do as many things together as I can. But I'm going to start with my hand near the vocals because it's already a little bit the thing that draws my attention first. I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to start with. So I don't always go straight through. I try to get as much as I can, but I want to hit about 2 minutes in, and there was something I just looked up and I saw 2 minutes. I had to remember something there. I don't know exactly what. When I get sidetracked. I'm gonna bring the vocal down a little. I think I was thinking it was a little getting hot on the vocal. Also, volume is everything for this. It's I don't know. I didn't even know what it's set at because I don't have a thing on my desk that says how loud stuff is. And I'm not one of those people who always mixes at the same volume. I just turn way down when I automate because I think that's the best way to tell how loud something is. It'll overwhelm you where you won't really know if things are loud. You cannot automate at a loud volume. You have to make it where you'd be able to hear, a freaking cat meowing at you or somebody talking in the room. You have to be able to hear that. If you can't, it's too loud. You need to be able to hear like whispering would annoy you. You got me? 23 and we got old and cold, you know what I mean when I get sidetracked. Total Analog Recall would auto exercise. Was it Neve that came out with the first recall desk? The first recall desk? No, I think that was SSL, if I'm not mistaken. SSL was the first. I know NECAM automation and stuff existed way before, or was on the early era of Neve automation, but it was awful. But I think the SSL was the OGs of the automation. I could be wrong, but that's my thought process on it. That's where I stand. Get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past. So yeah, I'm mostly concerned with performance right now, and then as we go through and deal with final finishing touches, we may find some other things that I want to do. But before I get to that, I'm going to be finishing this, and that's how we will roll. Out of the past, get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. That's what it was. I want to hear that vocal line every time it happens. We got old and cold, you know what I mean when I get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past. Just want that. I like that. Yeah, a lot of times where I'm attacking vocals mostly because that's where all the personality lies. If you don't hear the nuances in the vocalist, you lose a lot of personality. That said, I think everyone mixes vocals way too freaking loud today. I hate the way vocals sound way up front in the mix. I think it's just makes all the music sound small when the vocals are way up front. It's a pop thing, it's a rap thing, and it's stupid, if you ask me. Like, it's freaking sucks. I love the way, if you were to listen, also too bright. A lot of shit today, too bright, vocals too freaking loud. When I listen to old school stuff, any era really, the vocals are so much more tucked in. And I love that. And that they're also darker. The vocals today are so bright. So I don't know. A lot of that stuff bugs me. And it's, when you're mixing, you're giving your opinion. And that's why no matter what anybody says about what they like or whatever, to be honest, I don't give a shit. Because I have to like it. I don't care what they like. If I like it when I'm done, hopefully they'll like it. And if not, it's not for them. So when I think about anybody's opinion that they want to throw in, go for it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to give a shit. Because until I'm done, I'm not done. And that might mean I'm going to have to address something that I'm hearing at some point, but there's an order of events. You can't attack everything at once. So anybody who's ever mixed more than 2 songs in their life knows this. And there's no point in calling out stuff at any point in time, because I have to get to one thing before I can get to the next. So until I hear vocals, I don't care about some other relationship in the song. Once the vocals are absolutely heard and I get the drum fills up a little where the crashes are nice and noticeable, there's an energy there, that's when I can move off automation. But dancing around the song a million times, like back and forth, is crazy. Pick a thing, attack it, get it to sound the way you want. If that's automation as a whole, which is what we're doing now, after that we will take a fresh listen from that perspective. But until this is done, everything's going to change. Like, the balance of everything slightly changes. So bear with it is the best way to say it. Bear with it. Yeah. All right, brothers. I'm off to see cherry blossoms. This is Vinyl Bear talking about. He's off to see cherry blossoms and maybe get some barbecue chicken. Have a great session. P.S. I'm hearing this on Android speakers and it sounds pretty good. Awesome. Glad to hear it, dude. Have a good time doing the cherry blossom thing over there, bro. Do your thing, man. Barbecue chicken up. Alex Christos says, vocals always should be tucked in. Strings are the vibe of the song. Yeah, every song has its own thing to feature. And in my opinion, like, the bass is so critical in a song like this. The bass sounds so good. I love the bass. Vocals, like, you can't guess as to what the words are because you can't hear them. Like, that's something that usually rubs me the wrong way, but it's such a fine line between vocals being too loud and the right amount of vocal. And like I said, it's depending on what you're going for. Like, I never want my shit to sound modern, because to me modern sounds like the vocals are too loud and everything's too bright, and I hate that. Another line. Yeah, like that, whatever, can be heard even at a low volume. There's nothing really, you don't have to latch on any words there. It's just like another instrument. So that, I don't like that as loud as it is right now. But that's how I usually think about it. It's like, do I need to hear the word, or is it just like a flavor? Now we need lyrics again. Right there, I want everything to kind of come down and chill so we can hear this vocal. Tuck in the vocal right there. Guitar's got to come up in this part. This is the outro, the loud outro. Never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. Yeah. Can I do anything with the snare fill there? Hold on to that guitar. Okay, we've achieved our first pass all the way through, which is good. Now I gotta kind of take a step back, lower it even more, which usually gives me other clues. That's what's up, Yandel! What's going on, Yandel? Talking about bring back 2000s raw vocal mixes. Gotta love some raw vocal mixes, man. I love that, dude. All volume. That's how I do it. You know, like, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, old school raw vocal, it's funny you say 2000s, but it's actually not 2000s. It's actually 90s. But yeah, I guess 2000s also a little bit. But that 90s era is what started the cleaner vocal that was really kind of just dry and in your face. It was often very compressed, but dry and in your face nonetheless. A lot of bands blew up with that sound because I talked about it in a recent video too. It's just so much more intimate, so much better of a connection you can have with the vocalist when it's just dry. You know, you could do subtle things to create depth without making it just dry, but just dry works too. Like, I mean, it doesn't really need stuff sometimes to give you some sort of a vibe and a connection with the vocalist. But some of my favorite records were like that. You know, there's a lot of Third Eye Blind stuff where the vocal is so dry. I mean, Eric Valentine knew what he was doing with that, and it sounds awesome. Yeah, there's just so many bands I could think of that do that. But for some reason, that's what came to mind, which was late 90s. Do-do-do. Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. So all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. All the time you waste is lost.
have you heard? It's all a me- it's all a means to an end. Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the costs. And then you go, maybe we once went in.
It's a good call, Yandel. I'm with you, dude. It's that modern processing is really the problem. I'll tell you when it started was Good Charlotte, and that might have been also Eric Valentine now that I think about it. But I remember like it was yesterday being like, what happened to the vocals? And all of a sudden, everything that I listened to felt so artificial. And like it sounded like a wall of vocalists, but also like a robotic, perfectly tuned wall of vocalists. So it has something to do with tuning, obviously, but it also just felt like way too much. And I remember, I think the first time I noticed it was on Good Charlotte Records. That's the thing. It's like some people could be like, oh, I love that. It's like everyone has their own opinion. To me, those vocals sounded just way too much, too overdone, too many, too everything. It's like I wanted more of a individual connection with the song, and the vocalist couldn't get it. You know what I'm saying? Whereas stuff like Taking Back Sunday comes to mind a little bit because of the rawness of those vocals. So when you say 2000s, if we're talking like Taking Back Sunday era, like I can understand that. There was some magic to that one vocal kind of sometimes, out of pitch and just all about the emotion and not really about the notes that much sometimes. More important that they got the right performance. Like there's a lot could be learned from listening to stuff like that, I think. Nowadays people would be like, the vocals are out of pitch, man. It's like, nah, there's something there. And they didn't want to lose that for the sake of, nailing the pitch. Everything's a trade-off, honestly. It's like, oh, well, now the pitch is perfect and it sounds like a lethargic vocal that nobody cares about, whereas the other one's like exciting and the pitch is a little off, so which do we prefer? You know what I'm saying? There's just kind of an amazingness to that, in my opinion. Alex Christoph says, Donna Lewis, I love you always forever. I love you always forever, near and far, closer together, everywhere I could be with you. That's right up our alley over here. I think that's the track, right? Say you love the number, right? It's awesome. Is that track? And I don't own that CD. You guys are going to be like, you lying. You own that. That never left your CD player. Nah, I don't own it. It's just, that's how shit used to be. You would just know it. You just know it because they played it non-freaking stop. Hopefully I'll get whatever's in my eye out of my eye eventually so I can stop rubbing my left eye here. But it was just, that's how it was. You'd hear it on freaking MTV and VH1 so much. You'd have no choice but to know it, and the handful of radio stations, and everyone would have no choice but to know exactly what it was. So that's how I know like every word to that song. Barbecue chicken, please don't eat the dog. Dude, I think that dude is, I think Vinyl Bear Studio is in Korea, right? I think so. We got people all over the place. Is that possible? Is that what's good? I want a chicken sandwich with some. Alex Christoph's making us all hungry, and so is Sonic Soundworks. Thanks, guys, for making us all starving over here. My 2000s, that was when I experienced. Yep, that's exactly. There were some bands that were like the songs hit so hard because of the dry vocals. Eve 6 is a good example of that, where he was like, I would swallow my pride, I would choke on the rise. Like that song sounds so in your face from the first second the dude starts singing, and it stays there pretty much the whole time until the bridge, where they add a little space for the like where the ooh and the I alone and the one you don't know you need, that part. It there's a little space there, but so much of that song is just smack dab in your face dry vocal. I love stuff like that, dude. But that was a little later too, so I'm just trying to correlate. That might have been late 90s, early 2000s. I'm just trying to correlate here. But all sorts of stuff of all genres too. But a lot of the like the heavier stuff too. Super in your face vocals. Gotta love it. Arvox. Yup, who's talking Arvox these days? 2000s onward, lots of engineers started smashing vocals with L1. It became a trend to have them sit between one's eyebrows. Yeah. Yeah. The original L1 was hardware, wasn't it? I think so, if I'm not mistaken. There was like the OG L1, not the plug-in L1, was hardware. GDP Japan, I don't know. Arvox was widely abused. Arvox, yeah. Arvox still puts in work every once in a while on my mixes. I do like Arvox. But yeah, don't abuse it. It's a very cool sounding compressor when you need that specific flavor. It has very certain flavor. And it will bring a vocal right up into your face, no question about it. Yeah, GDP says I love abusing it. Sometimes you got to. Grocery store. That's the Donna Lewis, right? That's every time you went to the supermarket, you had no choice but to hear it. Sonic Sour said, I had a vocalist who did over 60 takes for one sentence. That's when you know it's going to be perfect shite. 60 takes for one sentence. Oh. See, some of what I'm saying about pitch, or what I mentioned pitch, is like, depends on what you're singing too. You know, if you're trying to do a cover of like a Pink song or something, it's probably going to sound crazy if you're trying to do it in the style of Pink to make that sound like, you can't sing songs like that out of pitch and have them be okay. But if the genre permits, you know, if it's like punk-esque, that kind of like, you know, aggressive rock-esque where it's all about the emotion, man. Just be wherever you gotta be. It just make the performance emotional and amazing, and forget about the rest. You can get away with way more. But the reason I brought that up or thought about it was because I had a vocalist once who was singing, like, they wanted to record a bunch of covers, but they just couldn't hit the freaking notes. Like, all the covers they picked were like the hardest songs to sing ever, and they just couldn't achieve it. And I was like, why? Why are you doing these songs? Like, in these keys? Like, what's the reasoning? What are we doing here? I didn't get it. Ultimately, it was just a gap between what they were hearing up here and what was reality. They thought they were hitting the notes and stuff, and it was just so far away from what I would consider, like, not nails on a blackboard. It was really far away from it. And I have a tolerance where I could, like, you know, like I said, if the emotion's there, I'm all for it. And just wasn't working. There's just no way to make it work. So once you know you're dealing with a person who's a little bit crazy, you got to get out of there. Get out of there. You know what I'm saying? Don't waste your time.
About it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb, you know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the future, take it out of the past now.
There's a moment in this that reminds me a little bit of some Taking Back Sunday stuff a little. Like, there's one of these moments.
I mean, well, I guess.
This where it's like, I can't rock that. That part's just like some raw energy and aggression. Like, cool. I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
And then there's some singy stuff too here. Let's lower that vocalist.
He was 23 and
See, there's like some they need to come up.
Maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold, you know what I mean? Well, I guess we got old and cold, you know what I mean? Well, I guess sidetracked. I mean, I get this shiny, can't go back to the view.
That thing.
Well, I get sidetracked. I mean, I get. Well, I get sidetracked. I mean, I get this shiny, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past. Oh.
Awesome. So that's what we're got to do is we're going to basically, let's leave this for the moment and let's address some of the other things I was hearing. Like, for example, let's see what happens when I do this too. Let's see. It's like I told you when I first heard it, the first thing was a bit of, it's like lacking a little bit of air on the top, which would open this thing up a little bit. Let's hit them with the Excite Jam.
Well, I get sidetracked. I mean, I get this shiny, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past.
Hear how much that opens up the track?
Well, I get sidetracked. I mean, I get this shiny, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past.
Also, let me look at these guitars, and I'm not quite sure which guitars to look at yet, but I just want to look at some of them. I want to see what's going I think I'm going to take off a little of the low end on these guitars a little bit because I boosted a bunch of it on those. Let's see these. Yeah, see, these have like no EQ on them at all, which is kind of cool. I love that. I love when you get a guitar recording where you don't need to touch the EQ. Woo, gotta love that. Yeah, it's mostly these. So let's ungroup stuff just in case I wind up tweaking a bunch of stuff. I don't want to get caught up. That's why it was guitars all. That's probably what this is. Nice. Okay. Before I started, I always save as something new. You guys should do the same because every once in a while you wind up, driving right past the exit sign, as I like to say it, and you want to be able to get back. Get back to where you once belonged. So let's look at this in the 360 view. This will be easier to judge this way. It's another reason why I freaking love this 360 view. So let us look at the EQs all next to each other. So all our green is guitar. So we're boosting a bit of this 454, which I usually love to boost on guitars. Anything down there really just, I often will thicken everything up. It's just right now it is a bit dense. So when I look at this, it's like, okay, we're straight up and down till here. Let's see if we can get away with just turning a bit of these down and see if we don't lose anything. Because now that the guitar is the right volume, some of this might not need to be tweaked as much. creating a group so I could just twist one knob and have them all go. So this is what we're going to call guitar 2. This is guitar 1, and it already exists. Guitar 1. And it's multi-mic'd, so that's why you're looking at what you're looking at. Yeah, I'm picking a particularly dense part of the track to do this on. Something's not grouped right because it didn't grab it. Just group it again. This is why. Make sure you have your globals on if you're trying to twist one knob and have them all go. Like for us, it's just C, insert C, A, B, C. Make sure you're juiced in your globals. Now, when I'm doing left and right, like this guitar is all on one side and this guitar is all on another side, you would want a difference in the EQ on one side compared to another because it will give you more width. The perception of width will increase as there's more difference between left and right. That's what mid-side is. It's the sum that's mid, the sides is the difference. So the greater the difference, the more the sides feel bigger, louder, better, whatever you want to call that extra width, which can also come with some problems, but just using EQ can easily help you create the effect of the sides feeling wider. And that's something fun to do. But when we're doing this, I group them where all our left is going to move with one knob, and then all our right will move with one knob, which is okay to do. That's what I'm saying. That gives us the same thing. Whereas it'd be different to take the multi-mics and move one knob on this one and maybe a little different on this. You could do that, but once you know you get the phase kind of locked into the way you like, and that's the beauty of like recording guitars with multiple mics, as long as they're super nicely in phase, you've already got a blend that you kind of like. So like, why do you need to move the SM58's low end different from the Dynapro's low end, different from the Octave's low end? Like, you could move them all together. And that's why I think people should too, because you'll get a result quicker. You won't have to make 6 moves to get a result. Same thing here. I bet you the group wasn't on, which is why I can't grab all these. Guitar 2s. Globals, we're good now. Once you turn it on, they'll be there for the other stuff. you hear that space-time continuum thing came back for a second? But then it disappeared, thankfully. But it came back for a second just now. If anybody heard that little, that weird rip, that's Cloverfield coming through. And just be careful. You don't want to let him show up. Alex Christoph said, I think 2010-ish was around when metal lost its life and turned plastic. Everyone using the same Steve Slate kick and snare. Still, it drives me nuts. Doesn't anyone want to sound like their own gear? So true. There's not a sample in this song. A sample, I know a ton of guys who use samples to help the mix, and there's nothing wrong with it. Arguably, you can't get certain things to sound the way you might want it if it's not recorded that way, unless you use a sample. So it's definitely a fix, but I start to think, like, why do I want it to sound like I want it to? Like, what's the magic to wanting it to sound sterile or like all these other freaking things? And then I start to think, like, what's wrong with what's here? Maybe it's just, not ideally what I would have done, but that doesn't mean that I can't look at it like, how do I get the most out of what's here? Like in this song, 4 mics on drums and not world-beating crazy mics. It wasn't like super well thought out. It was just 4 mics up on the drums, 2 overheads, kick and snare. And my goal is to make it sound as great as I can without using samples. If I decide to use samples, I know I'm sacrificing some of the originality of the recording for the purpose of something I can't achieve. So you have to first be like, you can't achieve this with what's there, so I need to do this. At least then you're being honest, because you're like, with what I have, I need to use something that's totally outside of the realm of this to get like a super consistent kick or snare or a kick with no cymbal bleed or whatever. But I love records that might have sounds on them that aren't that amazingly recorded. And if you have that in your wheelhouse at all, I think the goal is not to make everything look like a freaking shiny polished diamond. Sometimes you want it to look like a very aggressive looking, rock that just fell out of a plane and, freaking meteor. You want it to look like a rock that shot in from another planet and is all mangled because it, crashed into some ice cap somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You want it to look all crazy. Maybe. You might not want a shiny polished diamond. I personally hate when every mix sounds the same. So if I get a bunch of stuff recorded in a particularly weird room with weird, a garage with weird sound, that's going to sound so different than everything else I get from anybody else. So why would I make that thing that's already super weird sounding and different, why would I make that sound like a freaking thing that was recorded at Sound City or something? Like, what's the point? I don't get that. I just don't get the point. And I know plenty of mixers who do it. And at the end, they play it for people. Like, they give it to the client. The client says, wow, that's exactly what I was thinking. I really wanted the drums to sound like Nevermind or whatever. Like, they're looking for something, and it's just copying. It's not original. It sucks. But that doesn't stop people from doing it and being fairly successful at it. I just don't freaking like it. And people notice this all around, all different genres. So many genres do this. It happens a lot in country, too, which you would think that it wouldn't happen in country, because you would think that guys who mix country, like, if it's done well in great studios, why would you need to use samples? They use them anyway because it's extra beef and extra push, and they're just trying to make it sound like other things that sound real good. So they want it to sound as good, instead of being like, this is going to be weird and different, and that's what's going to be good about it, because the song is so strong that it can carry itself. Listen to In Rainbows, the album by Radiohead that came out around 2007. The drums on Weird Fishes sound so tight, arguably small, and I freaking love it because it's very unique compared to a lot of stuff you were hearing at that time, especially around 2007. Those drums sound nothing like that stuff. It doesn't sound like a modern recording. That's why I freaking love it. And at the time, I felt the same way. When I knew way less about mixing, when the whole thing, like, I knew less, I heard it and I still was connected to it. I didn't say, man, these drums sound small. It's like those are things engineers, people who start learning how to engineer, start thinking about and saying. When you're a listener, you don't think that way. Put on any Radiohead album, one song to the next on different albums, and watch how different everything sounds. Nothing sounds the same. And I love that. There's like a magic to that to me. And they're not afraid to go with whatever was done. They've used just like clipped DI sounds before that are way out of whack, but they sound awesome in the song. It makes the song. It's just so interesting to me. I think you could learn so much from listening to old school music, and like I don't even consider Radiohead old school, to be honest. Like I think of old school as like 70s. That's 60s and 70s is old school. 90s isn't even old school to me, really. But I guess it is nowadays. It just wasn't for me always. Like historically, 70s was old school. So when I think old school, that's what I think. But I just feel like you could learn so much from listening to some of that stuff, man. Because they made everything sound so different and people loved it. And nobody was sitting there listening to a CD or a record or a reel-to-reel and being like, ooh, this sounds great, but let me pull it off and put on this other reel-to-reel that's a whole nother band from a whole nother era, from a whole nother studio, from a whole nother country. Let's put on that. And how does it compare? Let's put the other one back. How loud is listen, why is the snare bigger? Like, no listener was doing that. No listener does that. So it's funny that I like mix engineers feel like they need to do that. I just think it's crazy to me. It's so silly. It's totally silly. Because people eventually, like, if they're going to care about what you did, or the recording that was made or whatever, they're just going to care about that experience of listening to it. Odds are they're not switching it to something else. And anybody who's going for the single, like, oh, I just need a single, so it's going to be on a playlist with other things, so it's got to compete. Man, you're misguided. You're misguided, dude. Like, sure, to a certain extent, it's got to be within the realm of possibility. They shouldn't need to take the freaking volume and click it up 20 clicks to hear what, like, I can't even hear it. Obviously, there's just a basic standard of something, but don't match sounds. Don't try to get it to sound like another band. Like, references could lead you down the wrong path completely. So many things. That's how I think about it. References are way more useful during mastering. And even then, they're not so useful. So that's where I'm at. It was a bit of a rant, Alex Christoph. I think I totally feel you on that. I'm with you, Alex Christoph. Hit the like button, guys. Subscribe, hit the like button, do your thing. Help push this jam out there. Stelio says, Evan, what's your opinion on A-Type plugins? Do you use the other modes like Expand, Crush? I really like the A-Type plugin. I sometimes find use for it, like in this song, on Excite mode, or sometimes the Air mode can be nice. But every once in a while, I'll throw it on Expand. Not typically on the mix bus. You could get away with anything anywhere. It's all case dependent. I like how they give you the chalk lines, so you don't have to scroll through menus. You can just use your ears with a starting point and then back things off. Like, the chalk line is interesting, right? It's just like a suggestion, the way it's done. So I like that. I also like the simplicity of it, because plugins that are simple allow you to dial things in much quicker. So some plugins are overly complicated, and they make it harder to dial stuff in, no question. Especially when they're overly complicated and they don't really specify like what anything is, and when you go to read the manual, you feel like you knew less than when you started. I hate that. But stuff like this, like Expand, is interesting, but it doesn't do the open top thing. So it can work and be cool, but it doesn't give you that, like the thing Excite does, which is really gets the top shimmering a little bit. Air can be kind of cool too, but sometimes it removes some low end, which I don't love. So like Excite's the thing I keep it on mostly when I'm using it on my mix bus. But when you use it like on a bass track, for example, or something, and you're trying to get the bass to do that old school, like kind of Jackson 5 sound, the pumping, that can be really cool. It's a valuable plugin, used on Expand mode in that situation. It's really a great plugin in general. The Crush mode can be pretty cool too when you really want like extreme type of, I don't know, like how do you even describe it really? Excite's really nice on the mix bus. You might see what I mean when I switch to the air. See what I mean? You have to dial the mix way down, which is why they suggest it down there, to get the air to sort of work for you. But this is the thing too, man, once you've listened to something like that for more than like 5 seconds, your brain starts to just morph into a mode where now when you take it off, everything feels too dark. But you just have to like listen to other things for at least 5-10 seconds and not put that on again. Because like right there, that air is extreme air, right? But even when the mix was kind of low, it wants it lower by a lot, to make that air workable. Whereas I feel like Excite does more of what I need. Air is kind of a cool thing to like, if you wanted to put very little of it, just a touch of it on like the top on a vocal or something to make a dark vocal feel nice, it could feel better than just cranking 8K on an EQ. So there's that. It's very useful. It's a cool plugin. Nonetheless, it's a cool plugin, especially when combined with tape, which I think is the strength of it, which was kind of its purpose to begin with. So if you're using tape to darken it either before, you could put A-type after or before, and it will sound different in both places, obviously.
Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end.
I just feel like it maintains some of the lows better when I put it before. When I put it after, because then the tape is sort of last, makes a bigger difference, whereas A-type's doing too much of a smush to the lows for me when I put it here.
Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you go, maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold, you know what I mean? Well, I get sidetracked, I mean I get distracted. Can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past.
Also, every time you use an EQ, like right now, this 2 dB boost at the bottom on 400 could be messing with my head a little.
I mean I get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past. People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went.
Without the compression circuit in, it just keeps it a little more open. And if I was going to smush something, I could do it here. But the funny thing is I tried this last mix and I didn't like it. I like this with barely any compression. See, if I'm not mistaken, this is that. This was the test.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end.
So you notice how with it out, it sounds a little bigger, a little more open, a little less smushed, and it feels good. That's the reasoning behind why I did so little on this one. I was like, it just, when I compare these two, This one just makes me feel like the compressor's still in, little bit of color, like it, but it's also not smushed. This one, being a little more compressed, makes everything feel too smushy to me.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends?
Tried to trick myself by making this louder to see if it's just volume that's tricking me, but I don't think so.
People, what's the word of the day, my friend?
Something else we should talk about, and I think it's cool. Did you catch the Rick Beato interview with Kevin Shirley? Did you catch that? Kevin Shirley's an amazing mixer. He's one of these awesome dudes who uses an SSL to mix the real, not plugins, the console, forever now. For a really long time, he's been rocking an SSL, and he's got the duality in his studio. You could see it behind Rick in that interview. There's a moment where Rick asks him, "What's going on your mix bus?" And Kevin Shirley starts to answer and then goes off on a tangent, and they never go back to the question. And it bugged me so much because I love hearing what people do on their mix bus. Just to like put it in my memory bank of what everyone does. It's like playing cards to me. Every mixer has a playing card. They have what's on their mix bus, at that moment in time, and it's just keeping track of that. It's like having different era playing cards. So when I think about it, what he said he's using the console's compressor because the Duality has a bus comp on it, like every SSL console, except for the Hujima. What's it called? I don't even remember anymore. What's the name of that cheap console that doesn't have it? Somebody throw it in there. Was it an Origin? Is that what it was called? I don't think that has it. It might. I'm not sure. But anyway, what I was going to say. Oh, here we go. So Kevin Shirley's using the bus comp on the console, but what he says to Rick is, he uses two, and I was thinking, "Ooh, what else? What's the second one?" It's also a bus comp. It's another SSL, but it's the Bus Plus, and he because they mention it. It's in a rack behind him, and he looks at it, and Rick asks, "Do you use it on auto release or whatever?" He talks about how he does like it on auto release because he wants it to get out of the way, and when he hears it, it's never really out of the way. And sometimes when I set the release on an SSL bus comp to as fast as it goes, it can still be in the way. Whereas on auto, there's this perception of it not being in the way, and that's a weird thing. But so he's using two that complement each other. So the way I'm thinking about this is he's using. Probably. We have to, because like I said, they didn't finish freaking answering the question. So what he said was he uses two that complement. One does one thing the other's not doing. So this is what if I had to guess, his SSL console is doing a very slow attack on auto release, and then the Bus Plus is doing the opposite, probably. A bit faster of an attack, and the release all the way fast or close to it. What he does say is he dials it in by ear, obviously, and doesn't care what it's set to and just sets it how he wants. But the concept that they complement each other, I'm trying to analyze that to its fullest extent and thinking what's the deal? Because I don't even think he talks about, Rick asked the questions, but they just didn't get answered. 4-1, 3-1, 2-1. They don't talk about the ratio really. Maybe one's doing 2-1 and one's doing 2-1. Maybe one's doing 2-1, one's doing 4-1. We don't really know how to translate the fact that they complement each other into two bus comps. But the only way that makes sense, ratio, I can't figure out what he could have meant because we don't really know. That's the most open to interpretation, but it's probably the case that the attack, since he did mention he likes auto, he has no idea what it does, but he likes it. He's probably using auto and a slow attack because that's what I like the most. So that's where I'm assuming it's probably what he's doing. I like also the fast release, like Snake Eyes style or thereabouts, used very often. So I'm thinking he might be doing slow on the attack, auto release, and then the other one's doing a faster release or thereabouts on the faster side of things, and the attack slightly towards the faster side. Maybe with the threshold set where it's barely doing anything. In other words, maybe the first one's doing 2 to 4 dB on his console, and then the Bus Plus is doing barely anything, more acting as if it's a limiter, kind of, where the attack is fast enough to catch stuff, but it's barely moving the needle. We don't know because we weren't there. And if I was there, I'd have made sure that question got answered. I'll tell you right now. Because that stuff's important to us. But there's a lot of stuff that Rick wanted to ask him that were all, it was a great interview. I love his interviews. I just wish I wish that got answered in particular. But I also found it cool. So it just came to my head right now while I was like, at one time I had them both on. And I was like, I have to talk about the Kevin Shirley thing. Because I thought that was cool. I think most people would look at it where the console one also, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't have, I don't know if the Duality has that or not. I'm not sure if the G on the Duality's bus comp, if it has a sidechain high pass filter. So what he may be doing is, I don't know what he could be hitting. That's the first step in the chain. So if that might be holding his whole mix together where he can, get the low end nice and tucked in, and then on the next compressor with the faster attack, it would make sense. The Bus Plus does have this, and he could turn up some sidechain high pass filtering internally. Internal sidechain is what this is. So you keep the low end out of the detector. That could be the move. That would make sense. I don't know. There's a lot of what ifs, but either way, don't be afraid to use two. That's the bottom line. Don't be afraid to use two compressors that complement each other. After that short break, the two is kind of a sauce. After that short break, the two feels kind of saucy. Clearly, it's a little bit of volume too, though. We'll see if sometimes you forget stuff is on and then you start working on stuff for a while and then you just freaking realize that like, oh man, that's been on the whole time. And then you just leave it on because you got no choice once you've done that. Sometimes I force that. I do it on purpose just to see if I can ignore something, like because then it might be good. Sometimes you're too focused on it. You got to like get out of there, zoom way out to the back of the parking lot, where Steph Curry would shoot from. And then you just be like, now that I'm listening to it from this perspective, it's kind of okay. Half of mixing is zooming in and out with your perspective. That's like maybe even more than half. That might be 80 or 90% of a mix. But good question, Stelios Leosti. GDP says he's not a big fan of samples, but if a sample is likely to save a mix, I'll use it. Yep, exactly. GDP Japan says Boulevard of Broken Dreams has a kick sample. Samplers have samples too. Everyone said OK Computer was Radiohead's best album. In Rainbows makes you think twice. Yeah, that's kind of the deal. I've never actually met two people that have the same opinion on Radiohead's best album. Because, like, that was, like, the way the critics looked at it. That was the way, it charted on Billboard or whatever the hell. Or something. Like, if I'm not mistaken, that's how that played out. The Benz was getting, like, Pablo Honey did okay, did well with that one hit, with... It's a great album. I actually like Pablo Honey a lot. But then the Benz was one of my favorite albums for a while, but that one never made the chart success. Like it wasn't released and hit #1 on its release and stuff. Whereas OK Computer, the hype was there, the buildup was there. It was like a snowball rolling down the mountain, got so giant by then that I think upon its release, it got all sorts of critical acclaim. Because then after that, I think even the next album might have done the same thing, Amnesiac or Kid A rather. But I'm not positive because I know some of them were like, then the critics started hating because they switched up. Nobody likes it when you switch up. You know, nobody liked it when Dylan went electric, and nobody liked it when Radiohead, who was this like ethereal, psychedelic rock band, all of a sudden they couldn't find the freaking guitar. Nobody liked that. They would be like, where's the guitar? You know, so of course people were going to cry. But that doesn't stop those albums from being amazing. Amnesiac's one of my favorite albums also. And like there's just no end to the Radiohead albums being amazing. They all sound amazing. They all sound so freaking different. I love them. I listen to them before I mix a lot of the time just to get into this zone of the drums aren't the most important thing, because there's some part of me that wants drums to be very important because I love Zeppelin. And I think Bonham being a part of, you know, that crew made like such a footprint on what I hear music as that I always want to make sure I hear every like detail of the drums. The drums are so important to me. But in Radiohead, they take this sort of back seat and they just occupy this perfect amount of space that's not that big. And the guitars wind up taking up more space. The keyboards take up more space. These sound effects, there's all this stuff that fills the room. And it's not drums and it's not bass. And that's why I'll put that stuff on a lot, because it's actually opposite of my taste a lot of times. For me, I want bass to take up a lot of space because I love bass. I want drums to take up a lot of space because I think those elements are hugely important for driving a song. But I put on stuff that's actually opposite of that to try to, like, you know, it's like when a hitter goes up to the bat using 2 bats and then he drops one. It's like, makes it harder for me a little to get into, it makes me mix better, I think, because I'm fighting against my urges, which would be to make the kick and the bass like the loudest things ever. And that's still, those are always my urges. So I need to fight against that when I'm listening to stuff to get in the mood to mix and like get in the zone, get hyped up. And then, you know, I go into mix with that as my understanding. Whereas if I put on something with super loud drums and bass, like mine's going to be freaking louder than that by a lot, because that's just how it is. AMAI Energy. What's poppin' over there, dude? How you doing, man? What's your take on this Radiohead stuff, AMAI Energy? We got a new user over here, too, with some awesome sneakers, I think, in the profile pic. What do we got? We got user NC 1V5, 5B M9L. Nice, dude. That's a mouthful over there. I actually just got done mixing, he said. Time to learn more. Awesome. It's good to have you over here, dude. Thanks for being part of the crew. The bass, unknown's asking if the bass has room verb, very little pre-delays. It feels right against the back wall. Am I hearing it right? No, I don't think so. I mean, you could do anything to the bass, but what I have going on the bass is just the tube saturator, some EQ on the SSL channels, but there's 3 mics, so there's a DI and 2 mics. So whenever you mic up a bass and you do get a little bit of air. You know, if you don't have those mics right up on the grill, you will get a little bit of air in that recording. So there's definitely air coming from 2 mics. And if I boost enough top end, you'll also get more of that. So it really comes down to like boost where the EQs are set to give me some air on the bass, I guess, could be what you're hearing. Also, a little bit on the Sans amp, like if you crank the highs up, and even cranking the crunch up gives you a little air, because the way I look at this is buzz, punch, and crunch. So buzz, punch, crunch, low end, mids, highs. And this is distortion. This is a different flavor distortion. But this is really an EQ. And nobody really realizes it, but this is what you're doing. I mean, the guys who know it know it. So like everybody, I'm not saying nobody. But if you're unfamiliar with Sans Amp, you should look at this like this is your low end saturation, mid range, your high end. Just think of it that way, low, mid, high. And then you got an additional EQ that's a little bit on the cleaner side. But you can get so much sub-octave from just boosting the lows on this plugin. Like, you don't need another plugin to give you sub when you use this. You can just boost this until you're happy with the way the sub sounds, because it's giving you these like extended lows. Very amazing old school plugin that's been around forever and comes with Pro Tools. One of the OGs. And that's it. So, and then a little more of an EQ, potentially boosting more of the top end of the bass a little bit, or in this case, a little 600, I guess. I would have assumed it was top end, but it's not. But yeah, there's no other effects on bass at all. But the if you're talking about the A type, I don't know where you chimed in the conversation, but if you're talking about this definitely gives, like, the excite thing is really cool what it does to the highs, and it makes instruments sound like there's a little bit of air and room on stuff that never had it. And that's what I love about it. It just takes the veil off the top. And as soon as you use ATR 102 or a lot of the different tape plugins, when you have them especially set to like 4, 5, 6, or the older tape, 250, 4, 5, 6 in this zone, you're losing highs. As soon as you get the fidelity up a bit, 900, GP9, you're going to gain more highs. But I like the way it saturates better at the older tape, the 4, 5, 6, or even the 250, when I really want it to saturate and really be aggressively flavored. I'll use the older tape and just put the highs back with an EQ, as opposed to, and you could do it right on here because you got EQ controls in here too. But I like to just kind of keep this doing what it's doing. It shows up on most of my mixes. It's the pushed 456 Fat Master preset, and then I tweak it from there. Mainly keep in mind, if you're on sync head, it's a little more aggressive. If you're on repro head, the repro is less aggressive. So if you want more, I guess, a color aggression, it's the only way to put it. Just flipping between these, you'll notice the difference straight away. This still applies, even though it says repro EQ. It's still the same freaking, it works on sync head or repro. So just this kind of a deal is a go-to for me. And then I'll tweak EQ as necessary. And I make sure I'm coming into it not up here at 0 or above. People who hate tape plugins don't realize that you're just hitting them way too freaking hard. The 0 means don't exceed. It means never exceed. So being under the 0 is okay. That's what it means. Unless you're going for some specific sound, these plugins will keep the fidelity on what you're dealing with and just give you some flavor if you keep it south of 3. I usually keep it somewhere between 10 and 3. Like, this zone is cool. See what I mean? That is just, it gives me that a little bit of this excessive thud at the bottom, like a splat, that tape splat thing you get, which I like. And it has a flavor to it, but sometimes you got to put highs back. You could do it with an EQ. Like, if you don't own A-type, Mag EQ's airband can work. I often mess with that, or just like the Sidecar's EQ, or a Curve Bender EQ, or even Pro Q3. I mean, you could do it with anything you have. You don't have to go out and buy a plugin to put air back. It's just the exciter is a particular sound that I find very cool. It affects everything, not just. It feels so much more than just turning the highs up to me. That's what I like about it. It does have a bit of a squashed thing going on where it changes the sound of the snare, the flavor a little bit. It changes a bunch of stuff, but I notice it a lot on snare. It has more snap in addition to highs. Whereas if I were to just put a Mag or something on this, that Mag EQ, by the way, the Mag 4, has a box tone also to it. So just putting it on, you're going to notice the sound will change. Before you even touch a dial, it will change. So you'll either like that or you don't. But this is a different thing altogether. It's just keep that in mind. Everything you add, even if you don't touch a dial, they're not just clean. When it's modeled after hardware, it's not clean. A Pultec works that way. The 1073 plugins work that way. The API plugins work that way. Like, they're doing something without doing nothing. Yeah, it's good to have you over here, user NC. For those just joining the legend. Yep, that's where we're at. But there's some magic on the bass right now that I really like. The high shelf on the Neve plugins is sweet sounding. Anybody who's ever used a Neve knows how silky that top end of a Neve, any EQ is, literally anything. It's just so simple and sweet, and it has a way of being nice without being harsh. Just smooth silk, no harshness. I might have boosted something on that, but I don't usually do it on bass a lot. I mean, I might. There's really no always. If you boost it like the top too much because it's so high up, a lot of times you just get the squeaks and you don't get any of the stuff you might want at like 1.5K or 2K even on a bass, like depending. You know, you might want the finger noise and that poke of the bass, like where the note is, right? All that notiness. You might want that. Some clarity on the top end, but as soon as you bring up like 12K a ton, it could work for you, but you could just get where the fingers slide around on the bass, and that's not what anybody wants. So a lot of times if I'm boosting on like a 1073, like that 1.6 EQ or whatever, 1.6K around there, I might take down the high shelf on top and just, enough where I don't hear that squeakiness, and I can boost that area more without the squeakiness, so it's like a push-pull.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all
That's the direct. This is the D112. This is the 58. Notice the bulk of our low end comes from the D112, which is one of the most notable kick drum mics of all time. Any kick drum mic you've ever used can be used on bass. Keep that in mind. That's why one of the best kick out mics there is like a FET 47. Guess what sounds great on bass? Freaking FET 47. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason that stuff's usable in both. So you might think, oh, I don't want to invest money in a really good kick mic or something. Well, it's probably going to also be useful on bass. Let's figure it out. That Unknown's doing a Unknown says auto release on SSL goes down to around 40 to 50 milliseconds. You read up on this stuff yesterday. Nice. Auto release on SSL goes down to around 40 to 50 milliseconds. Yeah, but nobody knows how it works. It's not about the timing. Like, that's cool that you learned that. But there's a mystery. There's a magical mystery tour that's waiting to take you away underneath the hood of that plugin. Of the hardware, I should say. Correction, of the hardware. And that's the thing. That's why nobody really knows what auto release does. I've heard Bob Clearmountain say, what does that mean? I don't know what it means. So Bob stays away from it because he doesn't know what it means. When Rick asked Kevin, he goes, what's auto release do? Kevin's like, you have to ask somebody who knows. Like, all these mix engineers, like Andy Wallace, everybody, like you'd expect them to know what it does. Nobody knows what it does. I mean, maybe Andy does. He's just not telling. But nobody knows what it does. Like, nobody knows how it works. You know? It's not just the time. It's like, how does it work? That's the truth. How does it work? How does it work, though? How does it work? So yeah, I'm just so tempted to try what I was thinking he was doing, and I think I'm not really doing it now, so I might as well try it. Let's try it. I'll switch to B on this second one. Let's see if it works. Because why not? That's what we're in the game of experimenting. We're gonna go fast attack or thereabouts. So I'll click it back a nozzle or two, just a little nozzle. And now we're going to take our side chain and match whatever it was on the other channel. Let's match it. I think it was 125. What is it? Let's find out. 125. So let's just match. And I want to complement it. So you know what I'm saying? It's just we're trying to invent what Kevin Shirley was saying because he didn't finish his sentence. So we're going to finish it for him. We're going to find out. So now my theory is this thing has to just be tickling. So if you're going to go, hold on. I tweaked the wrong one, didn't I? I'm going to open it all the way because a lot of guys do that too. They just open the thing all the way. But in order to get less, we'll take the makeup gain down on the one before it. Kid A comes first. Amnesiac are the forgotten songs from Kid A. Ah, that's interesting. That's interesting. The national anthem is my favorite Radiohead song. That's a great one. The Blown Don't. You know, I wrote a song recently that's really similar to that song, actually. It's not similar at all, actually. I just mean it was sort of slightly inspired by the intro riff to that song. That's all I mean. It doesn't sound anything like that song. But definitely had some inspiration going on there. Do. Unknown says, so some of Room comes with mics. Yeah, it's you'll bring up the room by compressing mics in general. Like that's just always how it is. That's why sometimes singers don't notice how bad their room is until you compress, and then all of a sudden the room gets closer in volume to the vocal part of it, and they're like, "Oh wow, my room sounds like shit." Yeah, you'll hear reflections, you'll hear the freaking birds outside. So it's not unlike that on a bass. If your mic is far away enough and you crank up some compression to be able to, make that bass sit in a nice pocket of the song where you never lose nuance and all that goodness, what you could also do is bring up a little of the room sound. So it just sort of comes with the territory. The further back the mic is, the closer it is to the cone and the grill, like just up on it, the less you'll hear. If it's a dynamic mic especially, but any mic really, the closer you get to the grill, the less of everything else you're going to hear. If you use something like a ribbon, which I don't really recommend on a bass because it might ruin your ribbon, the freaking SPL, all that like, all that could really blow that ribbon around in a negative way. And then you might have to deal with it and you'll have a ruined ribbon on your hands. But if you were to use something that's figure eight, is what I was saying, you're also picking up the back. Like wherever, picture an eight, you got your eight shape. The front is going to pick it up. Opposite side is going to pick it up too. So some people like that. They do it on purpose. They want a mic that's figure eight to pick up stuff that has no room in it because then it sounds more natural. It's a popular, I think it's one of the reasons why stuff like a 121 Royer, the ribbon, really, really popular for guitar amps because of that. Because ribbons are kind of naturally figure eight. And then you're not just getting that upfront sound, you're also getting how the sound wraps around and gets captured by the backside of that mic, which is cool. It's funky. It's interesting. It's cool. It's funky. It's interesting. It's cool. I reckon people often forget that you can use gain after tape if you want it louder. Yeah, that's a good point. Don't feel like you need to get into the tape too much. By the way, Unknown, if you're not in our Discord yet, jump in our Discord, man. Be part of our section. We don't usually, we don't encourage chilling over there while we're streaming. However, be part of our community and our crew, posting all sorts of good stuff, DIY stuff. Build your own gear type stuff. There's sections over there for a lot of what people want. So, if you're an engineer, I'm sure you belong there. So hit us up on our Discord, and I'll throw the link in the jam so you guys have it. Anything audio related is welcome there. Sonic Soundworks talking about, yup, Mag EQ. You either like it or you don't. I have it and don't like it. Yup, it's a personal taste thing. I kind of like it for certain things, but it's very personal taste. I've tried it on my mix bus before when my mix bus is like missing something, like a bit of a character. I'll throw it on there. Because sometimes I feel like it actually is really good at using that top band, but just the box tone itself can just change the color of the whole thing on you. It's almost like a different tint. It has lots of buttons.
All the time. What I mean, well, I get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out.
I'm just experimenting right now with these two bus comps.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you know, maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold. You know what I mean? Well, I get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past. Oh.
I think we've stumbled into the Kevin Shirley territory here, guys. I think we've figured it out. I'm not positive, but we really are trying to do our best to determine what was said, behind closed doors. No, it's like what was said in a way that Rick asked the questions. They never got answered. And what we're doing is trying to determine how these two could be used in combination to achieve the Kevin Shirley double SSL bus comp on the mix.
I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the.
So we're slow attacking it, auto release, and then we're fast attacking it, fast release.
I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the.
Barely hit at 1.5 on the second one, and the first one we're hitting 4-1. So interesting thought process. Hopefully you guys think so. And if you're curious what those crazy sounds are, that's the Galaxy Tape Echo. And once you've added that, it just runs your life. You just let it happen. You just be easy with it. It's going to be there now. I personally like it. It reminds me of aliens swimming around my life. I don't mind that at all. Oh, Mr. Psychotronic. What's going on? I appreciate that, Unknown. I'm doing my thing, sharing everything in sight, and also just, honestly, I feel very happy to be able to connect a bunch of engineers that are all really thorough and awesome people. That's what it is. It just feels like the more I stream, the more we build this community. The more I make videos, the more we build the community. And the streams especially is for like the next level up of people who are really trying to, I don't know, I think they're trying to be part of a thing that's bigger than us. It's like engineers don't have to work alone in their own freaking room anymore in isolation. You're part of a community of people doing the exact same thing, often at the exact same time, and we might as well talk about it. And then it's like we're all in one big studio. I love it. I love it. So the aliens love it. I love it. We're there. Do. You want these sounds to be a track, dude? I hear you. I mean, you're talking about the aliens, I think, right? The aliens are awesome. Just the aliens, a bass line, and some solid drums could be a sick track. And then some Radiohead like some weird Radiohead stuff like that. That's my Radiohead. When I don't have a song to copy by Tom York, to me that's the Radiohead stuff right there. That's kind of the magic to his voice. Is it's just like exit music is always in my head. By the way, exit music's always in my head. That Black Mirror episode with exit music is awesome. How it ends that episode, awesome. So cool. You choke. Such a good song. Exit music stuck in my head now. I can't get rid of it. Now I'm just frozen in time while I sit here and let exit music play out. All right, so the fast attack on a bus comp is definitely giving us more of that, like it's giving us a flavor to our snare and our kick. Everything that's in the front, that's the triggering the thing, is just really doing the snappiness. Whereas this one being set a little more relaxed is, I don't know. I don't know if these two are really complementing each other the way we're supposed to, the way Kevin Shirley was talking about it, but they're definitely sounding different than just one. And it's not just volume. I kept trying to mess with this to make the volume lower to really know I liked it. Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. So all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And we're getting so little compression here. We're getting, what are we getting here? We're getting 1 to 2 dB on this one. We're getting 1 to 2 dB here. So we're really getting hardly anything at all. At the same time, we have 2 bus compressors on in series doing different things because Kevin Shirley brought it up on the Rick Beato interview. And they didn't actually talk about what his settings were, which frustrates me to no end. Whereas as soon as I turn this on, it gets too small for me, which I don't like. And it could be the output, but... It's so funny. By changing it 1/10 of a dB makes me pick the opposite version. It's so funny how little volume will impact your decision. Any volume change will impact it, but so little will do the trick. See what I mean? If it's up here at 0.44, I pick the other one. But if we're at 3.4 or 3.5, let's see. I still picked this one now. So that's what I mean. I flipped my decision on what I like better. I don't think it needs it because we've got enough of the bus comp doing its thing, so we're just going to leave that out. Gotta love all the decisions we can make here. Okay, we're going with this for the moment anyway. Let's leave it that way, and I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling good about it. Where are we at? Some of these drums, I just want to make sure I didn't miss any crazy fills. Like, that's the beauty of labeling. We got chorus and all the stuff labeled. Oh, Pong Master! What's poppin', Pong Master? 3, 2, 1. What's doing? We got Mr. Psychotronic talking about not much. I went down into a learning desoldering pit yesterday that will lead to a video next week to show the pain and how to solve it. I like that, dude. I like that. Desoldering pit of despair. GDP wants to know if you've been electrocuted yet. Alien ambience. That's what's up. The only thing that exploded was me yesterday mentally. I feel you. Sometimes that's the way it works. I tried to repair 2 of my mouses and put in a durable mouse button. Oh, man. I hear that, dude. Mouse is dead. Sonic Soundwork says, did you kill a mouse or did you kill your trackball? The trackball is fine. Old gaming mouse. 2 of the same model. Nice. Bought a 3rd one. Those problems. 5 cheap. 5 cheap ones to practice before I touch the patient again. Was the Kensington's in good shape? Hopefully, that those things aren't cheap. Maybe extract the gasoline from the plastic and you'll be rich. I tried to fix the mouse buttons on 2 Corsair M65s. They had broken. Mice are one of those things I've never like. I feel very, different than you guys, because when a mouse goes down for me, I just look for one of the dirty backups that I have, usually a wired connection one that won't give me problems at the moment, and then deal with the rest later. Also, not for nothing, if you have an Apple computer, it's expensive to buy a mouse from Apple, but I've had really good luck with them. Knocking on wood. They don't seem to go down. You do have to charge them, which is annoying. They put the charging port on the one I have on the bottom, which means you can't charge. Whose idea was that? Crazy talk. Okay, so we've achieved some of the stuff I wanted. We've reestablished our mastering, our mix bus situation. I'm about to listen to it in headphones to get another perspective. As I do, I'm going to attempt to investigate. The bass sound is nice right now, but I got to check it in here because this is such a good tell. I've been getting used to it on speakers now, so let's hear it like this.
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true.
It could be a little less beefy, I tell you that much. It's a chance. It's a chance we might have to debeef a little bit.
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true, I knew.
I'll just take it out of this one mic and see if it destroys the phase relationship of all our mics. But I'm boosting 200 an awful lot.
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb. You know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past.
I have XOR on. You notice when I switch to solo, it turns the other one off. XOR is good to experiment with different. What did I do? I didn't click anything. What do we got? Latch is what you want. If you got latch on, use multiple things on at once, but that XOR is great for testing different mixes, or you want to compare one to the next real quick, or maybe you duplicate a track, you EQ it one way, and there's a bunch of processing. You change some of the processing, and then you just want to experiment which works better. If you're going to solo it, you could just solo, hit one. And it's just really helpful to switch with the solo button instead of having to do this, to get the other one on. It's turn it off, turn it on. It's way easier to use the XOR. That's a feature I never even knew was there until way later than I should have. That's for sure. Now, I do this complementary thing a lot where we're boosting a lot of low end, especially 200 on these other mics that don't have a lot of it. The Direct doesn't have a ton of that lows, that 200, and the 58 didn't either. But the D112 had too much, arguably, because it's made to capture mostly lows. There's a nice little scoop kind of in that mic kind of naturally. It's why it makes kick drums sound like basketballs. I kind of like this. Instead of using the B tab, a lot of times if I want to experiment with something else, I might copy this to another track. The top one is always whatever I had first, so I never have to think about which one was which. And then I'll just experiment with twisting a million knobs on another track. Feels a little better on what I just did there with the new one. It's definitely a little more aggressive. I'll check that out of the headphones too. In headphones, it feels like I can take all that little beater action. I need a little more beater. Also, sometimes the Studer, you think you're actually being helped and it's hurting you. It could happen too. It's helping us. Little space-time continuum. Oh! Audio guy in the house. Even the aliens welcome you, audio guy. How you doing over there, dude? Hit that like button, anybody just showing up, stopping by for the first time. Help feed this thing out. Kick it out to people. Send the beach ball. Send it. You know what I'm saying? All movie quotes are welcome up in here. Indeed, along with everything audio related. That's how we do. The movie quotes keep us alive and keep the sense of comedic value alive, which is essential. I feel like we need all of that. Two of this. I bought a third one. I'm checking out some of the chat. Mr. Sonic Soundworks. Maybe extract the gate. Oh yeah, we were there. Okay, Psychotronic. We're just talking about mouses still. Some mouse questions. Anybody like the Kensington who's using it? How many people are using it other than Mr. Psychotronic and GDP? I know GDP's using that thing. Audio guy, what are you using? You got a Kensington up in there? Toeman. Oh, Toeman. Good to see you, Toeman. What's good over there? Toeman says spring sale is live. That's what's up. Toeman might actually work for CubeTech. Like, that might be the deal. Either way, it's amazing. Either way, we welcome it. Sonic Soundworks says, I got great results with the Sennheiser E602 on bass. I like to put an SM57 on the tweeter, too. Nice. Yeah, that could do it. I like the Sennheiser mics, the flat ones, right? Is that the 602? Is the flat one? I like the flat jams. I have a Sennheiser right here on a guitar amp right next to me. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's the one that starts with a 9. It's one of the flat ones. There's two. They make two flat ones, though. There's like the black flat one and the silver flat one. Mine's the black flat one. Logic. That's one of the mics I have a hard time remembering the number of. I don't know why. It's like 902 or something like that. Not sure. There's a 602. There's maybe like a 906. Kensington is fantastic. Nice. The Toeman AI generated spring sales to support the creatives. What did I do to this freaking thing? Now that I took it out of my, I relaxed, forgot about it, zoomed out. Now I listen, I'm like, what's going on with this thing? All that punch is coming from the Studer EQ moves I made. I reverted back to the old SSL 4KG EQ I had set, which is, it was better because by pushing whatever I was pushing here on this other option I was contending with, I wound up boosting a little 5K, which is right in that cymbals section where you got crash cymbals happening. It was around 5K, 6K-ish. Usually that's the most annoying part of it anyway, at least to me. So that'll start to trickle into your gated sound. Whereas the less you boost in that zone, the better. And for whatever reason, it's taking the Studer boost much better than it's taking the EQ boost into the dynamic section, because that's how I have my stuff set. EQ, filters, dynamics. So putting the EQ after the dynamics is very much more helpful in this particular case where you have cymbal bleed on your kick drum. Much more helpful than doing it before the dynamics, and now your gate won't work the same, and it'll have to deal with a bunch more tweaks. The less you could chase your tail, the better. So just if you got a Studer on at the end, bada bing, after dynamics, you're good. You won't have to reset your gate that you already meticulously dealt with probably if you have a kick drum mic that's not inside the kick, and no drapery over it or nothing, no rugs or nothing over the top of that thing, no blankets.
Heard it's all on me. kick the bucket when I get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past.
Just doing these little meticulous little. This is what I mean by finishing touches, man. It's just so little sometimes what you're doing. Listen to all that ridiculous hiss. That's just on the mic. Good old hiss on the mic. see what I might do to get rid of that. Maybe either the clarity. Sometimes X noise is the best way to go about it. This one's much cleaner. I may just use this other guitar. I mean, it's just two mics on one guitar. It's like, do we even need this freaking noisy one? We'll find out. Bouncing around to all the little things I pick up now one at a time. There's a little, I want to bring out a little more something on the bass, a little more top end. Let's check in with the crew over here. What's going on, crew? What do we got? We're crewing up. It's time to crew up over here. Let's look at some chat stuff real quick for a second. Let's jump in. What's poppin'? All right, let's jump in. What do we got? Cube Tech. Much respect for them and their sounding plugins. What do we got? Me no Cube Tech. Me no Cube Tech. GDP Japan, Kensington is the way. Toman, I tagged you on the Discord. You didn't answer. Who even uses mouse/trackboard and keyboard these days? Speech to text and Claude, and you're set. It's interesting. Imagine mixing with speech to text. You'd have to. It'd be like you had an assistant. You'd be like, turn that snare up 6 dB. You know, let it freaking do its thing. Don't even touch the mouse. That would be impossible. Lower that bass track. No, the other one. The bass 58. No. Nope. Put the dot 2 millimeters more to the left. Ridiculous. GDP says, having worked with a lot of SSL 4000, I can say with confidence that the plasma meters are almost like a subscription model. They break almost every other day. Oh, man. That's awful. Toe man, I'll need you to never leave is right. Audio guy says, when are we mixing an EDM banger? EDM banger's on the way, dude. We got a hip-hop track in the queue. We got another country one in the queue. There's a prog rock one. There's a R&B one. It's pop. I wouldn't call it R&B. It has a lot of flavor. I'll put it that way. The freaking thing is flavorful. I could write one for Evan to mix the EDM. Just pan it and apply the Oxford inflator with all settings maxed. What's the deal with the plasma meters? Is it because of the fast response? Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Pongmaster to Sonic Soundware said, on good external plasma meters like RTW or NTP, you can set the behavior from VU like to PPM. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. The plasma meters keep dying way too often. I've seen all of them working properly just a few times. I think everyone who has... That's actually a good point. How many times have you noticed, or been like, freaking... A couple of them go down, right? It's not all of them. Like, a couple go down, but the rest stay alive. So, most of the deal is like that. Or am I wrong? Is it an all or nothing game like a TV? And the, what is it? The SSL screens on the Duality, that's basically like a bunch of little screens. It's not plasma meters, right? So they don't go down. There's some difference there. What's the deal? Explain that to me. They look different, and I know they're like full color. It's not like a meter bridge. Like there's a meter bridge part of the screen, but there's not a plasma meter there, if I'm not mistaken, right? A good RTW meter can be pricey. Wonder if it's really that useful. They look cool for sure. Yep. Thanks for using YouTube chat channel last year. It really helps the channel grow. You can still drop pixels. Yep, that's true. That's true. Oh, nice. Toeman and Audio Guy have started their own language. We knew this was coming, guys. It's just a matter of time. That's what happens. That's what happens over at Cube Tech.
Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. It's all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went.
Gotta make sure we hear this freaking thing. There's a riff here we can't lose.
Triple digits. Sidetrack. Digits and we kick the bucket when I get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past.
This is my drum parallel. If you're curious what this is, the send is going to our SSL bus comp on the drum parallel side. It's amazing. That little tiny bit of compression makes the cymbal ring just an extra second and a half, just slightly longer, which is cool. This doesn't die as quick. This light is barely tickling. You might not even be able to see it, but it's barely tickling on us. Barely tickling that light. Slight EQ differences there. It sounds like the left channel feels lower, a little quieter than the right, so I'm doing different things with the left.
Mister, have you heard?
Just to get a little more perceived wideness out of it. Also, I switched to the red band on top, which is the black 242s. When things are too harsh, it's so much silkier on top. Just silky smooth on top. And the G has a tendency, the pink knob has a tendency to be a little more aggressive on top to me. So the other one starts out darker, so you have to boost more to get it to be shiny, but it's just a smoother top end on it. What's going down? What do we got? Lycopene Rock in the house. What's poppin', Lycopene? GDP saying, as far as I remember, SSL plasma meters are separate for each channel, but they're integrated into the console in a way that makes them look like a single unit. Interesting. So you could replace one if it goes down, but they're integrated. Lycopene Rock says, thing of beauty working them faders. Yeah, man, we fadered up. We fadered up already. We're you want to see the beauty of the fader zone? That's our zone right there. The only thing I really didn't move was the bass, because I felt like I had the bass punching enough that I didn't have to move it. What's going on, Lycopene? How's things on that side of the world, dude? Sonic Sandwich says, the new SSL console has ugly screens and doesn't look that great to me. That's kind of like the Duality. Like, right? Those are screens, right? But I don't have the money to buy one, so who cares? It looks like they went AliExpress for the screens. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But I'm with you. There was a point in my life where I would have been like, you know, somebody who had been like, man, you know, if I could, I'd get an SSL console or something. I don't feel that way anymore. I used to feel that way. I don't feel that way.
I mean, when I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Out of the past
Love that. That's that. It sounds like an auto 8-bit effect plugin, but it's just a crazy fuzz pedal being crazy. Guitar fuzz. No EQ on it at all. Dude, I appreciate that, bro. We got Sonic Soundworks says the mix is coming together nicely with the automation, Evan. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that, Sonic Soundworks. And GDP say more than the console, it's the cost of keeping it running and the air conditioning 24/7. Yep, that's the old consoles have a sound, and if you can keep them working and having none of the issues with noise and all that as part of your sound, you're doing well. But also, yeah, you got to change the power supply. Everyone who had one got those atomic power supplies, I think they're called. Right? They're made by, what are they called? The computers were the Tangerine, or the power supply is the atomic power supply. I mean, there was a point where I was very curious about all this stuff, looked it all up. Sonic Soundworks says, I'm always looking for a DigiDesign C24, and there are 2 for sale in my area, but I don't have the money for it now. 1,000 euros, not bad. Yeah, for a control surface, honestly, yeah, those are cool, the DigiDesign C24s, but I feel like they take up such a big footprint. They're freaking giant. Whereas, like, the UF8 is so small, you only need 8 faders to automate. I'm telling you, like, there's never a reason that I say to myself, I wish I had more faders. Because ultimately, you break the session down to 8 places, and then you don't need, anything else you need to tweak. Like when I needed to tweak this, you just go in and tweak it. You'll have to do that anyway. Like, I'm telling you, it's never going to be a thing where you're going to need 24 faders, like, ever. I had 4 Artist Mix, the Artist Mix 8-channel jams, 4 of those at one point. It was a waste. I used one of them all the time, and then I used another one when I swapped it out. I would have to swap them out to keep getting use on all of them, because I was just like, it just doesn't work the way you think it's going to. It's just the easiest way to describe it. When everything is dedicated one knob, one function on a console, it's very different than those control surfaces, man. For me, it's like I could never make them work for me unless I got 8 only. 8 made sense. I could make 8 work. Same way Andy Wallace automates on 8 things. He takes his whole session to 8 things. He's not automating every track on his console. He's automating 8 VCAs. That's it. It's really 7 and an all VCA. That's all he's doing. So once I learned that workflow and I started to incorporate it into my own thing, I could never see a need for more than 8 now. It just doesn't even make sense. And anybody I've ever known who's gotten 2 UF8s or something always like regrets it at some point. There's never a reason for it. That just takes up more space. That's how I think about it anyway. It's very different than on a console. It's, once you can start banking things, this stuff jumps around on you. And there's really nothing you're going to be able to do about it. You're going to need to do that just to get through your whole session. Your session's not going to be 24 tracks, so you might as well make it 8. That's what I'm saying. You might as well make your whole session 8. Since it ain't 24 anyway. Even this session, this doesn't have a lot in it. It's probably 36 tracks or more. I mean, it's never going to be 24.
I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. Maybe we were 103 and we tripped in triple digits and we kicked the bucket when I get sidetracked. We tripped in triple digits and we kicked the bucket. We tripped in triple digits and we kicked the bucket when I get sidetracked. I get distracted, can't go back to the future. Get out of the past now. Of the past
Too much excitement. Too much. Good old space-time continuum. Watch out for Cloverfields. Watch out for them, guys. that cymbal ring. Bring up a little cymbal ring at the end. Never hurt nobody. Never hurt nobody. All right, let's bring this back into life. Okay.
To the future, take it out of the past now.
Let's see if we want to use gold clip this time or not.
To the future, take it out of.
Well, let's experiment on where we want to put it first.
To the future. To the future, take it out of the past now. Triple digits and we kick the bucket when I get sidetracked. I mean, I can't be distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past
Maybe we throw this on the end. It's just a little closer, a little cap off closer here.
to the future, take it out of the past now. To the future, take it out of the past now.
It's a good point. Just about finished up here, I think, at the moment anyway. Finished up until a fresh look will tell me all I need to know, because at this point, I'm starting to enjoy it. We got GDP says that cool DigiDesign huge console that was worth a fortune was ditched by Avid when they switched Pro Tools to 64-bit architecture. I'm not sure. I think you're right. It was what was the thing everybody had? Oh man, you guys may have wrote it. Yeah, did you design Command 8? Was that a command with 8 faders? Was that it? Command 8? Someone I knew had one of those too and got rid of it for, they could hardly get anything for it. Like you could sell it on Reverb for practically nothing. And they used to mix everything through that thing. They actually sold that and got an SSL brown knob. But what facilitated the change was the fact that that thing had to go. That's what started the change. Once that thing went, started looking for an SSL. GDP Japan said literally like $100,000 turned into a huge brick. Yeah, I think the dude I know, I think got like $850 or $1,000 for his. I think something like that. I think that was what it was called. I can't remember the name of it, but it was the silver one. All the meters, the silver one, all the knobs were like those little mini sphere things looking. But yeah, it was the DigiDesign digital console. Sonic Soundworks, I bought a DigiDesign Command 8 with 8 faders last year, but it got lost in transport. That thing is huge too. I guess it wasn't meant for me. Wow. Yeah. That's crazy, dude. Sonic Soundwork. I think Mark Daniel Nelson used the Command 8 for a while, like to do his automation on some of his older videos. He was using the in his studio with the window behind him. I think he was automating on a Command 8, if I'm not mistaken. Sonic Soundwork said, my repairman broke the code and put it on Reddit at the time. Nick to create a solution for it. Interesting. Said it was not Avid, the one who did that. Yeah, Avid or money. Oh yeah, it's some Avid trash talking going down. Same as Fairlight. They did the same when Black Magic bought them. Interesting. People seem to forget those moves some companies make, like Antelope did. They were Aardvark before and ditched support when changing the company name. Really? I didn't know any of this stuff. I didn't know any of that. And it's interesting how I don't know, the Antelope was interesting for me for a hot minute there, like just in terms of they have their own plug-in universe going on. They have pretty sophisticated routing. They have, they make converters like their Galaxy 64 or whatever, where it's pretty much the best bang for your buck in terms of the amount of converters you could get. If you wanted to use analog or something, you needed a lot of DA and a lot of AD to print everything back in. Like they had a sweet setup on a few of their, and they could be great. I don't know really if they're great or not, but a couple people I talked to said their support was terrible and, they couldn't really deal with it. But that was a while ago, and they may have revamped and changed all that, because a lot of people I've spoken to a couple people recently who were using Antelope stuff, and they seem perfectly happy with it. So it's that stuff. It's interesting how reputations get developed, but then they don't always. There could be a whole change, and it takes so long for that change to take effect on like the new difference. There's a difference, and it might take forever for that to get to the people that it's been different for a while now. But it's like because people always remember the bad, they don't remember the good. It's just part of human nature, I think. So it's got to get used to that. And before I abandon ship, which I'm about to, I'm getting pretty close to feeling like I can. What I'm going to do is come over here and check it on the little nonsense Bluetooth speaker.
Mister, have you heard? It's all it means.
You know, recently it occurred to me when people say, like, you know, some people love the check and mono thing and some people don't. And it's just, that's how it works. Some engineers don't do it. They just flat out don't do it. When I check on this Bluetooth speaker, it's a little off to my right. And it's, you know, coming from one place, even though it's not mono. I mean, it's one Bluetooth speaker, but it's technically, they do a pseudo stereo thing in all the modern Bluetooth speakers. But it's coming from one spot, and it sounds kind of crappy, and it pushes stuff together. You don't have that same kind of sweet spot spread you get from monitors and everything. So this is kind of my version of checking in mono, and I probably do it like one out of every, you know, I try to do it for like a couple percent of the time, but it's always low. It's like less than 10% of the time am I on this speaker when I'm mixing. You know, definitely less than 10%, maybe even less than 5%.
Maybe we were 103 and we tripped in triple digits and we kicked the bucket when I get sidetracked. I mean, I get this right. They can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past.
This is just where I see how far I can push it before it crumbles, and that's when I just back it off so it doesn't crumble anymore. Yes. Where are we at? Where are we at? We got some good commentary here. Sonic Soundwork asked, when these mixes are done, do they get released somewhere for people to listen to? Yes. But I like to think in terms of albums. I don't think in terms of singles. So when stuff gets done, and I recommend this to everybody, it's like put together an album of songs. Don't, people think the longevity, you get more out of it. You could build an audience. In today's world, you got to do singles and a lot of them and keep releasing them. Nobody gives a shit about albums. I just look at it so differently, man. I can't buy into a band and take them seriously unless I like more than one song. And I need to like the project. I need to know that there's more substance there. That makes me want to dig deeper. Like a good example is, Angine de Poutine or whatever, Angine de Poutine. I said it right once. I lost the pronunciation at some point. I think it's like Angine de Poutine. I think that's how you're supposed to say it. But anyway, they didn't just have one song and put it out. They had many songs. They have an album. That's what I think people need. It's like, it just makes you look at the band different as a listener. And for all the people who only want the singles, like for those type of listeners, I'm telling you, you don't really care about them anyway. Once the world, other people like it, once there's a handful of people, just a handful who want to hear your whole album, you're doing way better in terms of actual fans who give, who care, compared to the people that might want to throw it on a playlist and only listen to one song. Just my opinions. Strong opinions, but they're my opinions. And I reserve the right to change my opinion at any time. But at the moment, I feel like there's no point to release stuff unless you have like a full body of work there. That's how I think about it anyway. Sure, you could whet people's appetite, but like album coming soon, and then the album's got to show up as soon as you do that. It's like when I posted a notification for a stream, it's like stream coming soon, and then I got to be there to stream. You can't album coming soon and never release the album. You say poitrine. Origine de poitrine. I dig it. Sonic Sandwich says, I agree about albums. I bought complete albums for one song only and learned to appreciate the other songs later more and more. There you go. I agree 100%. I did that with a couple albums that, like, I know songs that are deep cuts on albums that nobody knows because of exactly that. The band Verve Pipe, the album Freshman. I remember it was like a long road trip, and that's JJP, and that album sounds awesome. It actually sounds really good. Like, I just remember, and actually I listened to it 100 years ago. I should probably judge that again with my, where I'm at today. When I listened to it, when it came out around then-ish, I remember thinking, like, the song Freshman's awesome, but, like, I needed to hear the other songs on the album. None of those other ones ever saw the light of day, I'm pretty sure. But there was a bunch of decent songs on there. They had a vibe. It was cool. Nobody knows that, but I do because I bought the album. Stuff like that happened a lot. I bought the album for House of Pain, the album with Jump Around on it. So I know some deep cuts off that. I mean, it's just, and once you know them, you can't unknow them. It's pretty awesome. But, like, that's what people did. If Jump Around came out today, everyone would just would know that they know that. They wouldn't know anything else on that whole album. But, like, Everlast had a whole career, from the strength of that song, pretty much. I mean, and there's a couple others, obviously. He then did the whatchamahoosit, and then you really might know what it's like. He had actually a bunch of songs that were good. That's the truth. And on the that House of Pain CD was great. Top of the Morning to You, I think, was either the name of the CD or like track 1 on that CD. But I can't, that's a great song. What do we got? Here we go. I'm catching up on the chat. Hit the like button, by the way. We're about to do our thing and print our final version pretty soon. hit that like button, throw anything in the chat you want. Anybody who's an engineer is welcome in this conversation. That's the truth. All levels and skill levels, it doesn't matter your question. There are no dumb questions. If it's audio related, it's in the zone, and we're all about it. Sonic Soundworks says, can you imagine that Antelope made a digitally recallable hardware and had the plugin that controls it was on subscription? See, that's crazy to me. That's as crazy as Boss making guitar pedals that are freaking subscription based. That's insane. Obviously, they want everyone on a subscription model. Nobody should be on subscription models for their whole life. All you're going to do is pay out the wazoo. It's crazy. If all my guitar pedals had freaking subscription models, I'd be totally broke. Soon on airplanes, when oxygen masks deploy you, you'll have to insert $1 per each minute of oxygen up front. Soon on airplanes, when oxygen masks deploy you, that's hilarious. It's like a vending machine for fucking freedom and safety. I didn't know Antelope did that. Can you imagine that Antelope did they really do that? I didn't even, or is that just like, are we imagining? Sonic Soundworks says, man, I'm listening on my phone speaker and that bass comes through great. I'm happy to hear that, dude. I'm happy to hear that. That bass is that was a little bit of work on this song, because I just didn't want to accept anything subpar, because his part is so good. I didn't want to not hear it. Like,
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true, I knew all about.
like, it's pretty much the lead instrument, but that's by design. That's pretty much by design. I mean, the guitar is playing a very more of a simple kind of riff. There's so much nuance in the bass that I needed to hear all of it. But like I told you, I also love the freaking bass. Like, I'm a huge fan of bass. I'm the biggest fan of bass. I'm not sure if there's a bigger fan of bass. GDP Japan says, or subscribe. Okay, we were listening on 3 systems. That sounds great. I appreciate that, GDP. I appreciate the love. Checking on the Jennies. GDP's got this awesome floating floor and Jennies situation. He's got which Genelex do you have again? I know they're awesome ones. The 850 was it? I don't know which ones you got in there. The 60 50 which ones you got in there? When these, but yeah, as soon as these are done, everyone in our Discord will get a notice. Like, in other words, when the album is ready, but for that, it's the artwork part is kind of quick, but it's really about figuring out the order that makes the most sense. And I do think if I spend any time doing that, I will absolutely either show it on video or show it on a live stream, because some people want to know how to put their albums together. And if you do, let me know in the chat, hit the like button, do something so that I know that you want that, because I'll make a thing on that, putting songs together. And sometimes you got to be creative in order to do it. It's not just, for me anyway, it's not a scientific thing where I'm just like mathematically looking at the Lufs value and then trying to get close to it and match it with it's not that at all. It's strictly creative. It's strictly listening and feeling what it, because this is the answer to why Lufs make no sense, because some songs feel louder with lower Lufs values than others. It's the Lufs value is the most janky measurement for freaking figuring out Lufs. So if you were to go by that to master stuff, for example, on an album from song to song, you'd be very well mistaken most of the time as far as what things, you'd be like, oh, it sounds so loud. Why is this song going from, what is that? What's that huge difference? It's like, because that measurement's a janky measurement created by a jankster, Mo Jankenstein. Terrible. Pongmaster says, yes. Nice, dude. GDP Japan, I think it was BMW that has made their car seat heater subscription big. What? A car seat heater subscription? Don't talk to me about that. That's insane. All cars ship with it. You just need to pay to use it. That's insane. That's insane, Pongmaster. That's insane. Pongmaster has 17 BMWs, and he knows all about what we're talking about right now. Now, here's a good example of what I might do. Like, the bass is so present, clear, punchy, all that stuff we like. It does take up a lot of room in the mix. Rather than lower the volume of the fader, which I could do, I may just, and that's got to be our answer in a situation like this. I was going to say I could take away some of what's giving it its push down low, which is mainly this 200 on this D12, like the D112 mic. Mainly there, because I already took it a little bit down here, and I think I took it down there a little bit. So I could take it down more here on these two tracks, or I could do it, I'll take this down to 0 instead of like 7 dB here. Take this down from 5 dB to 0, and just leave this one, because I don't really want to lower it, but it is out front above practically everything else. It's pretty much the lead vocal in this point.
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true, I knew all about.
So option A, I take the entire bass track down, which we can do easily on our VCA. Do one of these guys.
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb. You know what I mean? When I get sidetracked, I mean I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past. People was the word of the day, my friends. Mister, have you heard? It's all it means to an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you know, maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold. You know what I mean? When I get sidetracked, I mean I get distracted. Can't go back to the view. I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to start with. You wrote the book. Maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb. You know what I mean? When I get You wrote the book. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb. You know what I mean? When I get
Before I do this, I have to switch to the other speakers because I don't know jack about like this speaker. Has anybody else noticed that most Bluetooth speakers do the opposite thing that shitty speakers used to do years ago? Used to be you lost the bass on this little tiny cube thing and it would emulate a boombox or something with very low bass on. There's a symptom of how they built the driver or whatever the nonsense. But that was what you got out of little speakers. Now they put more low end in these freaking little speakers. That's the most gross, disgusting, dirty, pseudo good low end that people buy cheap speakers and wonder why their mixes don't work. I think it's really about, it's all fake. It's like all this, it's all fake garbage bullshit low end because it's not actually getting it without distorting. So because of that, you've got all this distorted low end, which makes the low end feel big, but it's actually not even there. So it's a weird like trick that it's playing on your ears.
You wrote the book.
So anyway, I can't automate on that speaker because everything, like the guitars never feel the way they really feel because it's so pushed in the lows that it's a balancing act, like a seesaw. Those Bluetooth speakers have way more lows than they do the rest. It's just part of those freaking speakers.
Well, I guess I tried.
And they do that because if they didn't, it would feel thin, and people would say, this sounds like shit in today's world. You know, it just has a balanced amount of lows compared to the rest. It's as opposed to being skewed like this, you know, or because it's backwards on camera like this, but you know what I'm saying. What's going, Shio? How we doing, Shigyo? No, Shigyo, no. What's going down, Shigyo? Shigyono over in South Africa. Sonic Soundwork, you told me where you're from once. I can't remember it. Let me know. Just drop it in the chat again. Like, what area are you from again? My gut is telling me UK. Somewhere in the UK. But that's a lot. It's a lot of space. Talk to me. What do we got? Sonic Soundwork says, definitely would be a nice video about putting the songs together on an album. Not much videos about that, I think. Yeah, because nobody does it these days. So not a lot of people make a video on that. Also, I think it's a symptom of the fact that you notice how many people are like, you know, I made this really cool mix and I can't wait to show it to you and I'll explain the whole thing. You get to see everything I did. I'll show you all the moves. But they don't show you them failing and falling on their face while they're making that song, while they're mixing it. Because they don't want to show that. They just want to show the good thing. Who knows how many things they tried that sucked before they got to the good thing, and you don't get to see that process. But I think that's kind of part of the whole thing. And I think that's what makes it different over here compared to other places is we show everything in sight, as opposed to, you know, some of like expensive services you could pay a subscription to that will basically show you the end result and every plugin what they're doing, but you don't never see how they got there. You never see all the things they tried first. You never see the pains it might have taken to get them to figure out what it was that was wrong to figure, you know, and how long was it wrong prior to that? It's like, you know, it's such a weird rose-colored glasses thing that goes on, I think. They only show you what they want to show you. It's like in My Cousin Vinny when he's like, you see these playing cards? He's like, the defense will build a case. You know, it'll make it look like a wall of bricks. He takes out a playing card. He's like, but they're this thin. Like if they flip them, they show them to me at the right. I'm butchering this, but if you show them at the right angle, they're as thin as his playing card. You know, it has to be an illusion because you're innocent. I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's an illusion. It has to be an illusion because you're innocent. Nobody pulls the wool over the eyes of a Gambini, especially this one. I love that. Best movie ever.
Know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get this right. It can't go back to the future. Take it out of the past. Oh, 17. You wrote the book. Maybe it's true. I knew all about. Know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get. Know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Take it out of the past. Here we are and dumb. You know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Take it out of the past.
Braxo! What's going on, Braxo? That's that dinner bell sound. I feel like you should have a dinner bell sound because you're the one most frequently talking about hamburgers and onion rings, which means you are the dinner bell sound, which is awesome. Braxo says, hello, I'm getting ready to mow mine and my older neighbor's yard here. when the sun pops up. Nice, dude. Nice, dude. That sounds like a nice thing to do, bro. Mowing the neighbor's yard also. Quality, dude. Definitely. Thanks for showing up, Rex. Doing your thing. I love it when you come through, man. We're just about finished up over here. Yep, I understand. Can't leave the place looking like a dump. That's because you're a nice guy. Bottom line, you're a nice guy. We appreciate engineers who are nice guys. There's a bunch of us, all right? Join the chat. Let us know who you are so we know that you're awesome, because we appreciate all skill levels of engineers and anybody who's working on their own songs. I do this all the time, so if you want to put the notifications on next time you see me about to work or you catch me working, work on your own song while you jump in the chat every once in a while when you need an ear break, because that's what I do. Every time I'm in the chat, ear break, better results. Don't beat your ears up. There's two things, brain fatigue and ear fatigue. They're both critically important. And just when you stop thinking about this and you think about anything else, like onion rings, mowing lawns, stretching our back, the good old Alex Kristoff back stretch, as soon as you figure out any of that, you're in a better position to make your next move in the mix. That's the truth. So join our crew. Got a bunch of solid people over here, and there was a point in time where I didn't know any of them. So those are the aliens. Don't worry about them. They show up every once in a while, courtesy of Galaxy Tape Echo. But anytime, jump in the chat. I didn't know all these guys forever. These freaking guys I met on this thing, and they're awesome, these engineers.
Maybe we were 103, and we tripped in triple digits, and we kicked the bucket when I get sidetracked. I mean, I get this right. They can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past
Yeah, I'm just going to take it down 1 dB. We're going to call the rest good right there. By the way, if anybody's never done this, you should check it out. And if you notice when you have a bunch of stuff like this and you go to lower stuff, like that works to lower stuff. But if you wanted to get just like a clear, no fuss, no muss, the problem with that is if you have like 2 dots in weird places and you go to lower it, if there's a dot in the middle, it'll skew on you. It won't like lower things evenly. So you use the volume trim jam, this guy. And then it gives you a straight line again, which you can then offset. Like you could get exactly what was there, just a little bit lower. It's just like messing with the gain, like on a knob. It's just another way to deal with the volume. It's just what it is, really. But you see how it brought this whole section down? If you can't get that to work just on the volume track, that's always a good option. The only thing when you start using trim that you should be aware of is you get this additional stupid line. Just be aware of that. All right, now I'm just about approaching that point where I won't be able to make good decisions anymore. I can feel it happening. It happens usually for me around the 4-hour mark. I can go as long as 8 hours if I push myself and I lower the volume as I'm going. I've made consecutive long marathon, streams before showing the mixes like that. And if I had a deadline, I'd have no choice. So the way I do that is I put a lunch break in between to kind of create a 2-day thing out of one day. You put a lunch break, clear your head, sometimes pull up something else. And then when you open the new thing up, it'll be as if you have a clean slate. On stream, it's not conducive to doing that. So I like to split the streams into two. This is the second day and it's the last day. I only mix for 2 days on any song. That's it. Especially when it's like a 4-hour deal. And in this case, we're about where I feel good about it. However, I have to stress, everyone, if you're planning on doing that, you should take a clean ear day to just listen to it at least, but have something else to do that day, like another song to mix, so that you cannot, no matter what you do, spend more than like 20 minutes on it. Because that next day when you have fresh ears, we'll call it in this case day 3, but it's meant for a check only. You play the song one time straight through, front to back. Whatever you notice is a problem, after it's done playing, you just start attacking those things. Then you print another one and call it done. You don't spend more than 20 minutes on it. It's very critical you don't do that because you'll go around in a circle. Literally you'll go around in a circle. And it's very rare you'll encounter something, that will require you to spend an extra hour or two or something that day. That day's meant for a final check, but you're not supposed to beat your ears up because you got to work on another song. So there's so many reasons why that would make sense to do, and it really helps the workflow. It also helps you get in gear because there's pressure on you to note everything in one playthrough without taking notes. You can if you want, but I never do. I just listen through, and then whatever bugs me enough to put in my memory bank of I gotta address that. Ooh, that thing's got to come down, or that's got to. And then when it's done, only the important shit I remember. You forget the rest. So you could come up with 6, 7, 8 things, and as you're going, like, what was that other thing? What was? It's like if you forgot it, it probably doesn't matter. That's the truth. When I'm printing, I will listen to it again to make sure that I grabbed the stuff I grabbed and nothing crazy I forgot. But usually, I'm telling you, you don't even need to do that sometimes. That extra listen, just trust yourself that you got it right on day 1 and 2. That's the truth. Trust yourself on that. You'll get better if you do that. Otherwise, you spend a week doing a song, you never actually get better. You spend 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you're not getting better. Your mix is getting worse. The exit sign was over there. Your hotel's right there. You drove past it weeks ago, days ago. You're just going the wrong direction on the map at this point. It's funny. When I started today's mix, I remember thinking that it wasn't bright enough, and I made a lot of moves to make it a little bit on the brighter side, a little more open on the top, and especially with this, I added this almost right out the gate, the exciter on this thing, to just sort of do a lot of the lifting for me in that department. But then another thing was change the EQ on the cymbals. So this is just like a quick recap a little bit. That was something I addressed today, definitely. I addressed a little bit of the bass, I addressed a little bit of the kick drum, just to final finishing touches. You want those to kind of not fight with each other as much as you can. So a little fighting is okay, but make sure you can hear the kick drum pretty clearly, depending on your style kick drum. Some people like really clicky freaking kick drums. Some people like super round kick drums. I'm somewhere in the middle.
Well, I guess I tried.
I brightened the cymbals up a bunch with the EQ. I changed the EQ so it had a different flavor, and then I brightened it up a pretty good amount. And now I'm also sending a lot more level than I was before, almost 10 dB more level to the parallel, because I wanted more cymbals in the mix. And I felt like we weren't getting power out of our crashes as much as maybe I could. So that's not something I usually do, is really compress the overheads. But in this song, considering we only have 4 drum mics, you're always handicapped by whatever's going on. So, unfortunately, every song can't sound like a polished diamond. You just lean into whatever the freaking song's supposed to sound like based on what it is. And in this case, it's kind of got this raw, gritty, old school, crunchy feel to it, which I like. I don't hate it. But if these cymbals felt a little long ringing to me, I would just lower the parallel amount, because compression makes cymbals ring for a very long time. Oh, it's definitely brighter, Vinyl Bear. 1000%, dude. Definitely. Let's go. Let me revisit the chat. But what I was just about to say before I do is, if I just lower the amount sent to the parallel, the cymbals will lose decay by a lot. And that could be good in this case, because that's one thing as I listen is they're a little bright. Now, rather than do it with EQ, just taking it a little out of the compression will make the brightness be an apparent moment and then quiet it down much quicker than it does now. So that's an option. We were at 6.5 and 8.5. So sometimes I mark that just to know how to get back to where I was. Send was set at 6.5, right? And then on this one, what was it, 8 and 1? Send. That'll help me in case that way I'm never afraid to make a move. Every time I refresh my ears, though, it's I don't hate it. It just rings a little long. That's really all it does. It's just a little long. So I'll go 2 dB less, roughly. And we already did that on this one. Now at least I hear what the guitars are doing. They're doing cool stuff. That wow, wow.
I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave.
All right, we're going to leave it pretty much there. Let's make sure we're all our automations off. Yep, we're back to read on everything. That's good. Now, where were we in the chat here? Let's chat up. Still going cool indeed, dude. Shigyono, still going. Brax will say, hey, I'm getting ready. Oh, that's the neighbor's yard thing. All right, we're caught up. It has to be done. Yep. Back where we at? Did we fix the universe tearing apart sound? Yep. We solved. That thing just happens when it wants, man. Cloverfield shows up. You know how we do. That's just what happens. But it hasn't been showing up for a while, so we're good. That's just how it is. What's good, Brax? Sonic Soundwave says Braxel is the engineer with excellent gear taste. Most of the time, I agree with you with your choices, Braxel. Your studio must be pretty loaded with nice equipment throughout the years. Nice, yeah. Braxel definitely has some good taste in gear. Yeah, I got some nice stuff. He says I'm always trying to do better. I am far from perfect, that's for sure. That's the truth for all of us, my friend. Vinyl Bear back in the house. How are those cherry blossom chicken jams? What you got going, Vinyl Bear? Braxel loves Audioscape gear. Nice. Sonic Summer says Audioscape's pretty good stuff. Braxel tried moving in the box, but wound up using your analog gear and plugins. So you wound up in a hybrid workflow. For what I do, no replacement for hardware. I respect everyone's style. If it sounds good, it is good. Agreed. Yeah, dude, you're hybrid for sure. If you're in the box and using gear, you are hybrid, my friend. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you have a Pharaoh fish or something, right? Am I off on that? I think I remember you talking about Pharaoh fish. RME. I think you have an RME and a Pharaoh fish or something, both. Something like that. How good's my memory? Sonic Soundwork. Vinyl Bear, it's definitely I went towards the little bit brighter side on this one because when I opened it up, it just felt a little dull on top. Like that was my first instinct with fresh ears today, so I just sort of used that as a mantra to kind of move through the day. The best judge of brightness is early in the day. That's why I usually won't turn on like the A-type or something at the end because I know I've pretty much lost perspective after 5-6 hours on what's too bright. So that's the thing about if you know that going in, like turn that on early, see if you like it when your ears are totally fresh. There's like a time and a place to try things that are going to be big things like that on your mix bus, for example. Sonic Soundwave says, I'm mixing hybrid too, but more analog gear than plugins, mostly stuff that isn't really possible with analog gear. Nice. But more analog gear than plugins. Nice. That's cool, dude. Yeah. I used to be there, man. I understand. I used to be kind of smack in the middle of like always doing hybrid, but I did a lot of the work in the box also, and it was a combination of both hybrid, like leaning on a lot of the gear for hybrid, but also leaning on a lot of plugins in the box. It was sort of 50-50, I guess, but the gear does most of the work in the hybrid workflow anyway. I feel like that's why like you're using the gear because it does a lot of lifting. Yep, Braxel likes compression hardware. I used to feel that way too. It's my tastes have changed a lot on that. Because if you notice now when I hit a bunch of different compressors like 1-2 dB, I feel like in this case we're actually using 2 bus comps in parallel. Or not in parallel, I'm sorry, in series. And we're hitting them up 1 to 2 dB on each one. And for some reason, that gets me closer to a sound that I like, especially when you use them complementing each other. So we're going Kevin Shirley style all the way here. Now, I'm not sure if this peak is above 0 or not on here. If it is, that annoys me. I don't like seeing it, but if it sounds fine, I'd still go with it. I would like the peak readout to show me where it's happening. And I know there was a Waves plugin at one point that would do that. I don't use that thing anymore, but I used to throw a plugin on that would you just leave it on all the time and it would be a log. It would keep a log of okay, this at this point in the song on the timeline, there was a peak at whatever above 0. It would keep a nice log. What was that called? It was super helpful to be able to check back at something, but using your ears is key anyway. I found a lot of times I'd wind up fixing stuff just because the freaking log said it. That's why I stopped using that plugin a while back. It's better to just trust your ears, and if whatever happens, happens. To me, that's the move. Also, though, the clarity is a helpful tool because if I notice anything crazy going on there, it'll bring your attention to it, something that you might have otherwise ignored. Yep, Sonic Soundwork likes the analog compression thing too going on. Hit that like button before we're out of here. We're about to do a final go down to feel where we're at the moment prior to our final check, which happens on clean ears. And the final check is sometimes just, I consider it like a mastering day a lot of times because it's like, oh man, there's nothing I want to do except for let's just take the whole top end down by a dB or 2, just something easier. It's like, man, all I need to do is a slight boost around 500. It feels like we're a little naked at 500. We could get away with a little more there, or it could be something else entirely. It could be like, man, there's not enough saturation on this entire mix. Let's just hit it a little bit with tube or something which also has an EQ in it and all sorts of cool stuff in there. So you can get crazy with tube real easy if you want, but a lot of times it turns into a bit of a mastering day. Gold Clip somehow snuck onto this mix, I just noticed too. Braxel's doing the RME thing. Thanks, Braxel. That said something really nice. Sonic Soundworks said, yeah, nothing beats analog compression. It just grabs differently. I do think it does definitely work different. You can't you can't open up a plugin and set it to your hardware and get anything close. You have to do it very different. Often using different kinds of compression or the same one, but just a little bit on each will give you a better result. Whereas I could just lay in to my 1176 with getting 10 dB of reduction on a all the vocals at once, and it will sound awesome. It's weird how that works, how it just is more forgiving, stuff you could never think to do in the box, which just wouldn't work the same. But this Braxley, that's really nice, man. I really appreciate the kind words. He said, Braxley said, I think it's really awesome. Evan can get great mixes all in the box. Yeah, dude, it wasn't like this a while ago, and I think every mix I do, I get a little bit more comfortable doing it because, my natural inclination is to want to use the gear that's around me. I want to use it. And I did for a while. So that's my comfort zone. And the more I work like this, the more comfortable I get with it. And it's there's no secret why the guy that's making the top dollar as a mixer today is all in the box. But why is he so good at mixing all in the box? Because he's been doing it as long as anybody. He's been working consistently on stuff, constantly mixing. He turned his focus to just mixing for longer than probably anyone. So he's one of the OGs. Him and Charles Dye, OGs mixing in the box. So of course he's going to be great at it because that's what he's comfortable doing, and he knows it so well. He knows all the ins and outs and the tricks and how far he can push things, and that's why you can do that. It's just a symptom of how often you do it. Combined with that makes you learn all the little tricks. So there's no really combined with. It's just having an aptitude for it. Being willing to put in all that work and doing consistent work will make you great at anything you're doing, no matter if it's playing the guitar or shooting hoops. Like, it doesn't matter. Mixing, shooting hoops, mastering, it's all the same. It's like, how often do you do it? Sonic Soundworks says, yeah, nothing beats sound like. Yep, that's where we were. Braxel's got RME, all RME, 24 IO of RME using Maddie. Nice. That's, honestly, why I bought the UFX3 was its connectability, like all the connectivity. You can plug in stuff with the AES. It's got Maddie in and out, so I can run all the Burl stuff through it. It's also got, mic pre's on it, so I had more than enough to be able to use that as a standalone unit if I wanted and record up like 4 things with the built-in pre's. It was just, and it has the effects that are built in using Total Mix and all the routing capabilities of Total Mix. The thing was, and it has ADAT on it. I mean, the freaking thing has everything. Like, it really has everything. Try to find an interface that has that many IO connections and also has AES. I looked for a long time and I couldn't really find one. When I was like, I explored almost everything. The closest I came was almost getting the Metric Halo one, but the thing's a boat. The thing was a boat. I mean, like, when you compare the size of the RME thing, you couldn't fit that Metric Halo one in like a flight carrier. They have flight carriers you can take on the the plane or whatever, and the measurements of that thing were exceeded what that was, and that was like your typical standard, like, will fit in a carry-on thing, yada yada. Couldn't do it. That thing was a boat. So I just remember thinking, man, why is this thing so big? Like, what's the reasoning? And I heard it sounded great. Everybody talked all great about it, but I wound up, and they have cards you can get for the back to put any connections in it you want. So you can put an AES thing in there if you need an AES like I did. You could put anything in the back, but I wound up going with the UFX3 because that thing just, I can fit this in a thing that will go, that could be in a carry-on bag, and the other one you just couldn't. It was just so big. It was still one rack unit, but it was really deep, like really freaking deep. We got Braxel says, I do that too. I use the SSL Bus Plus or West Audio Tube Comp with the West Audio Pandora, which is a multi-in compressor. Nice, yeah, that's cool. That West Audio Pandora was cool. Do you have the black one or the white one? When I saw that they made a black one, I was like, man, that thing is freaking sexy looking. But I like the 2 idea of 2 compressors. I really like that a lot. I like using them sparingly when I do that. And it's not like I do it all the time, but that Kevin Shirley video made me revisit the idea. Because as of lately, I've been turning the compressor off on the sidecar. The sidecar sounds so good with just running through for the color and the tone of this plugin, the box tone, whatever this thing comes with, how it emulates his sidecar. You don't need the compression circuit. It's nice, but you don't need it. Sometimes it's better without it. And when I do that, and I use a different kind of compressor in the front of it, like an SSL, I found like I often preferred that sound, the SSL first, because every compressor has a sound. And then the sidecar off with the compression. But now I'm doing the Kevin Shirley double up. And that fast attack is doing so many things to my snare. The whole mix, but especially the snare, has gotten like more snappy, more grabby, more snapped. So any one of these by themselves just feels so much less exciting to me. You notice how they're both doing like 1 dB of compression too? It's almost like hilarious how they're both doing so little. One of them's on 1.5 to 1. The second one I put on 1.5 to 1 just because I was like, let me see. We were trying to figure out what Kevin Shirley could have been doing because he didn't say.
Maybe it's true I knew all about it.
So I have the second one on the faster attack side.
Maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we
That's why I want it barely moving the needle, because it's fast attacking, which means it'll squash that front of my transient too much. If I put it, it'll be too snappy if I have it really working. So I have to make it barely work. I'm also doing ratio at 1.5 to 1 because it's in combination with another compressor.
maybe it's true, I knew all about.
And then now, in the closing minutes here, the about 24-second shot clock is winding down, and I'm sitting here going,
Maybe it's true, I knew all about.
on the first one, debating 2 to 1 or 4 to 1.
Maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb. You know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the view.
I'm liking it better on 2 to 1 at the moment.
Maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb. You know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the views. Out of the past now. People, what's the word? People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all it means to an end. Mister, have you heard? It's all it means to an end. To an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you know, maybe we were 23. Well, and all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you know, maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold. You know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to. Maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold. You know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted.
Just final touches on our guitar.
Maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold. You know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the. Back to the future, can't get out of the past now.
like that guitar riff, man. We gotta hear that. Could come down a little bit. Bring this bass up 1 dB, back to where it was before. Now that the guitar's up, it doesn't need to be that low. Okay. Sounds like a freaking strike coming in. It's coming in hot. It's pretty crazy. That's where we're at. That's where we're at, guys. I'm going to leave it here, right where we sit right now. It's interesting, too. The Oxford inflator got pulled off in favor of Gold Clip getting turned on and CG2 coming in clutch for the little subtle little boosts at the end. Just a little bit of density, a little bit of loudness, not a whole lot. That's where we're at. Let's see if I can catch up here. And then we'll run our print. Maybe I'll catch up on this thing. Let's see what's good. I'm running RME Matty as well. Very stable system. Yup, it's super stable. Gold clip, baby. That's what's up, Brax. Pongmaster said the more clients at the same time I had, the more I was going in the box. But for some special projects, I've just used the Neve 8014 and outboard. Nice, dude. Yep. That makes a lot of sense, Pongmaster, because the more times you need to switch from one session to another, the easier it is to work in the box, by far. And if you're able to serve your clients better by doing that, then do it. Absolutely, 100%. When it's tracking gigs and stuff like that, like I don't know how to record stuff without using gear. I wouldn't want to, I guess, is a better way to say it at this point. Sure, I could plug direct into my interface, but I really wouldn't want to. I feel like I'm too used to getting some flavor from some outboard gear that it would be really weird not to. But for mixing, for me, it's a no-brainer at this point. The amount of sense it makes to mix in the box is absolutely astronomical. Like it's crazy the amount of sense that it makes compared to mixing hybrid for me. It's absolutely insane. And every time I learn about another mixer doing amazing work for top level dudes, that's like, oh, I didn't know he was all in the box. Oh, I didn't realize. Like so many more are going all the time in the box. It's crazy. And it's just interesting to know. It's cool. It's also amazing to know that it's like one of the reasons they get such great mixes is they're actually, as soon as they get to a point where there's like, I can't work on this song anymore, or I don't really know what's going on, or I'm about there on this one at this point. Once I get to that point, the only way to work more today is to work on something completely different. Just pull up another song, and to have no barriers in place before you do that. Oh, it's just unbeatable. It's unbeatable, because then nothing slows you down. Whereas the other way, a lot can slow you down. That's the truth. Total Mix is amazing once you wrap your head around it, Braxel. Absolutely. It's amazing. It took me a while to wrap my head around it, and I still don't fully understand the whole capabilities of everything, but it's a matrix mixer, and a lot of people who have worked in the analog world are not used to digital mixers, which are mostly matrix mixers. So it's a little bit of a different, like, wrap your head around this kind of thing. Yeah, and that's true. A lot of the West Audio stuff does have all that recall built in. Slag Media! What's poppin', Slag Media? How you doing over there, dude? What's going on, Brian? Vinyl Bear saying, as an in-the-box guy who's pretty conservative about compression, I find Analog Obsession Comper pretty useful. All right. Analog Obsession Comper. Pretty useful. I find Analog Obsession Comper pretty useful. I gotta check that out. I'm not familiar with that. What's its strengths? What's the deal? What does that do? Analog Obsession Comper. What is that about? I'm assuming it's a piece of analog gear, right? It's not a plug-in, is it? Because it's confusing. Because you're an in-the-box guy, but you like using this Analog Obsession Comper. What is that? Is that a plug-in or is it analog gear? What are you talking about? Braxel1 says, you seen Paul with Studio Animals? His whole setup is completely hardware that is recallable. Oh, I've seen it. Yeah, because he was also like one of the first people who went out and bought 2 of the Oracles or whatever they're called, or something like that. But yeah, all digitally recallable analog gear, giant footprint, a lot of stuff to get plugged in. Looks cool though. Looks very cool. A lot of electricity, but it looks really cool. You seen Paul's too? Yep. Braxless Audio Animals. I mean, yep. I know who you're talking about. Just woke up. Show last night. Whoop my butt at editing drum tracks while the stream is up. Let's go. That's awesome, dude. It's Are you doing live gigs? Or are you playing out? I know you play drums. Are you playing the drums out, or are you doing like live sound? Or are you doing something else entirely? Was it a studio gig? Just woke up the show last night. This is some kind of show, obviously, so it's obviously out at some place. Just vinyl barrels slightly less hype can be a good thing. Yep, totally. That was probably when I was auditioning those 2 compressors. Braxel said, I'm going to mow the yards as soon as this battery finishes charging for the edge. Nice, dude. Slamming you. First mow of the year, Brax? Oh, maybe. Second for me. First for his buddy next door. Dude, every time anybody mentions burgers, I get starving. I'm starving right now. Nice. Braxel's hooking that dude up, man. That's really awesome. Oh, dude. I'll tell you something I cooked last night that was amazing. I made, and I've never made my own. Has anybody ever made their own gyro? You ever make gyro or Donner? Woo! Donner, like, I think Donner's the Turkish, from I don't know how it flows down into what parts of the world have what, but that awesome flavored seasoned meat. I made that, and I made the custom white sauce, the amazing white sauce that would ruin a meal if you didn't have it. Phenomenal. Never made anything that crazy, like in terms of, like, that was pretty outside the scope of stuff I usually make, and it was awesome. That was ridiculous. And I'm about to have some leftovers as soon as this is done, regardless of the time or anything like that. It's going down. And now I'm craving it and my stomach's growling. Perfect. Aluminum clip, like gold clip. We do need some titanium clip up in here. I would agree. Somebody should come up with a competing plug-in to gold clip and just call it titanium clip. That's what we need. Kevlar clip. Some bulletproof clip. Nice that you're helping out your neighbor. Yeah, dude, Braxel's the man. He's got it going on over there. He's stacking all the good karma. Save some for the rest of us, dude. GDP said, it makes freaking sense. More and more stuff is released every day by the tens of thousands. So more demand, more songs, more revisions. Yep, that's how it is. Analog Obsession is a plugin developed in Turkey. Like the Donner. That's amazing. Like the Donner. Analog Obsession is a plugin developed in Turkey. Comper is a 2-stage comp. Very cool. Plugin developer in Turkey. 2-stage comp. So like 2 in 1. 2 comps in 1 kind of thing. I think what I like most about this style of using these two set differently, what I like most by far is the fact that Kevin Shirley talked about doing it also. Gotta love that. The second thing I like about it is that they're predictable. Like, that's the one thing I don't like about using new compressor plugins, and it's why I don't go out and buy like the Chandler Germanium or any of these other ones that, of course, like you see them, and I've heard people use them on their mixes, and I've talked to a couple engineers who love them, and I think to myself, like, yeah, that's a great compressor, I'm sure, but I don't want to get it because I'll have to learn it. I'll have to like learn the ins and outs of it sounds like this and it's working great, but then this also side effect is a thing that's a part of that compressor. Be careful, yada yada. Whereas the SSL bus comp is like, I'm familiar with its goods and its bads, and it's using them together like this, where that's the battle with the SSL stuff. You always want it to be that quickness. If you like the sound of that snappiness, you want it quicker for attack wise. Just talking about attack for the moment. If you want it to let your transients through and not hit them as much, you want slower attack. I never considered in my life using 2 of them, one slow and one fast. I never thought about doing that, and never thought about doing it like this, where I'm 2 to 1 on one, I'm 1.5 to 1, and together we're not creeping over more than 3 or 4 dB of gain reduction. So with both, which is cool. I love it. I got to say, that's a new thing for this song.
Back to the future, get out of the past.
That A-type's really sparkling up our life, huh?
Back to the future, get out of the past. I need you to never
Cool. That was my loud check. I just kind of turned it up, and that's what made me want to lower the brightness a little bit. Just a little bit. Wiggle it. That's what we had to do, so we did it. And now we're there, guys. We're about to hit print and call it a jam. I appreciate it, Braxel. Do your thing, bro. Do your mowing. Do the jam. Hit the like button, dudes. Anybody watching, hit the like button. I really appreciate it. Push this thing out there. It helps. It means a lot to me. I'm about to hit print. We're going to go through and any other stuff in the chat, throw it in there. Questions, comments, answers, anything about video ideas, whatever you want. Throw it in there. And I think I've achieved what I was going for when I started out to mix this song today. So that's what makes me feel pretty stoked on it. And if I'm not mistaken, this thing should be doing very little. Let's find out. Yeah, barely even hitting the line, just like we like it. See, notice that thing that shoots up? That's always what the overreads are for. It's like when you hit play, if you're in the middle of a section, this thing doesn't ramp in. So it's always going to give you that.
This time it can't go back to the future, take it out of the past now. I mean, I get this time it can't go back to the future, take it out of the past now.
There was a guitar riff that jumped out at us somewhere here. Too loud. Do the Andy Wallace thing sometimes. The first snare hit can be loud, and then, oh, there's the snare, and then you could lower it.
Leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave.
I'll take that. Now, I'll judge this with a fine-tooth comb. Like I said, one playthrough on a fresh ear day, like probably tomorrow. But at that point, it's one playthrough. Do whatever I feel. Maybe make the cymbals freaking lower by 1 dB or something. You know, this thing I already did here, I already took it down like 1 dB. Maybe take that down 1 more dB. I like it now because they feel heard, but far enough away that the music, the guitars and bass are still there. Like, that's usually all I think about is how loud is everything compared to each other. That's it, which is... See, that feels a little better, actually, because towards the end of the song, the cymbals get the most aggressive, so it would make sense to bring those. You don't need to automate those as much because they're already louder, because it's being played louder, because the whole song has an energy build, and I already built that in with the automation, so I'm just sort of taking all that automation down by 1 dB at the very end, that kind of thing. Oh, War Hard Arts, dude! What is poppin', War Hard Arts? How we doing over there? Hopefully everybody's doing good. We got, with Comper, you can have VCA into Opto or vice versa. I gotta check it out. I'll check it out. Sounds interesting. What's going on, War Hard Arts? A paperclip, bro. Nice. I know exactly where you joined us now, because now I remember talking about titanium clip. Good morning, dude. How's it going over there? Everybody grab your water plug in. All right, let's do it. Have fun this weekend, Braxel. You too, man. Don't hurt yourself mowing that lawn over there. Warhard Art says, I only... You're hilarious, bro. GDP Japan, Waves is based in Israel, where their plugins are developed. When contacting support, I pick a time when they're likely alert. Not too early in the morning. I want them sharp. That's interesting. I didn't know they were over there. That's interesting. Vinyl Bear Studio says, hey, man, I've really been enjoying the Discord lively place. Yeah, man, it's no joke. I feel like, engineers are engineering all day. They're engineering, thinking about stuff to engineer. They're engineering, thinking about what they're going to be thinking about. They're engineering, planning what they're going to be thinking about while they're engineering the next project they're going to do. But it's in all facets, whether it's, stuff about mics, equipment, plugins. There's so many things to discuss at all times. So yeah, it's a poppin' place over there, I gotta tell you. I love stopping through and learning, because I learn all the time from you guys. There's all sorts of cool stuff you guys drop that's really interesting. I dig it. OnlyFans coming soon, indeed. Slag Media Says this community rocks. Help me get out of mixing in my own little bubble vacuum. That's what's up. That's what's up, Brian Piontek. Slag Media Records, the man right there. GDP Japan, thank you, means a lot to us. It's true. It really does. I really appreciate you saying it. We never expected it to be. Well, that's. I expected it to be such a cool place. I knew you. I had faith in you guys. You know what I'm saying? Actually, it took us 1 month to know what Discord was. 2 months to create a server. Yeah, no. For a while, it was just me and GDP running into opposite walls, going like, "I can't see anything." You know, like in first time I ever played Halo, kind of thing. But yeah, yep. Chalky milk. Dude, I need all that. I need the freaking, we need a chocolate milk plugin. We need a gyro kebab plugin on tap. Even in my sleep is right, Vinyl Bear Studio. It's hard to go to sleep when you're got engineering on the brains. Remember that I posted a link on Discord you might like, but the link will be there for just 2 days, so go grab it. Yep. When the stream's done, I recommend you watch whatever GDP posts over there. He posted something recently that's very valuable for people to check out, I think. If for nothing else, just to illustrate the difference between what we do in terms of how much there is to see and, you know, and what some people do, which is at the end be like, oh, hey, check this out. This is what wound up working. How I got there, never mind yourself. Never mind your business about how I got there. I got there, and now I'm showing you how I got there. It's like, nah. Did you have to wrestle a cat to get there? Like exactly like we all do? What are we talking about? Probably. We want to see the cat wrestle. All right, so what are we doing here? We're going to print one of these. Make sure I save the juice. Jump in here. M-deuce. We're looking at wave. We're looking at output. A1314. See what I mean? I'm always going out the AES port for my monitors and everything. It's all about AES for me. So I needed an interface with AES. And not a lot of them have it, but it is the most gangster connection there is. It's digital. High quality digital is what it is. It's pro level digital. Because as far as I'm concerned, you know, ADAT can go bad quickly. Or it's just it's light pipe. It's freaking lights in there and stuff, man. It's not as reliable of a connection as AES, as the digital AES 2-channel stereo factor in one XLR jack, the most gangster jack of all time. I mean, that's how I think about it, all right? So what are we doing? We're doing output A1314 ASLR. We're doing interleaved 2496 add MP3. Are we good? Are we in the right place? We are not offline. Directory good. Okay. All right, so all right, forgot to shut my mic off. About to shut my mic off. We're going to run one of these, and we will then finish up in the jam, in the chat. That's right, AES EBU is what's up. Not to be confused with DMX, which is, you know, where my dog's at? You know, not to be confused with who let the dog? None of that. Not to be confused with that, but I do like DMX. Don't get me wrong. It's just, it's not the same thing. The DMX lighting cables or the AES EBU. I mean, technically it's the same jack and all, but it's not the same jam, and it's different jams. Different jams for different strokes for different folks. You get me. Turning this thing off, we'll do our wrap-ups, questions, comments, throw it in there. Don't forget, join our Discord. GDP, hit them with a Discord link while this thing's bouncing, if you could. And anybody's got any questions, comments, whatever, we'll throw it in there. We'll juice the goose, and then we'll be out of here. On to the next one. And that's what we're about to do. So this is Real Be Easy's doing the song What's the Word? Let's run it. Here we go.
I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to start with. You wrote the book, maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb, you know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past now. People was the word of the day, my friends. Mister, have you heard? It's all it means to an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you know, maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold, you know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past now. Triple digits and we kicked the bucket. Well, I guess I tried. I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past now. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave.
We've done it. We've done it. That felt real good. Alex Christoph, I appreciate it, dude. Loving up the subbing sections. That's what's up. And Sonic Soundworks says, GDP, thanks for the link. I'll check that out later. And Sonic Soundwork knowledge is priceless. That's what's up, man. That's why we're always learning. I feel like people who love their craft continue learning forever. There's just no stopping it. And it could be anything. You know, some people do it about the most crazy things. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be one little subset of stuff that you want to really dig into. It's awesome. Engineering can be a lot of fun. We both know mixing is a lot of fun. I mean, I feel like we both, meaning we all, know everything about mixing could be fun. The only thing could be daunting a little bit is how there's a million choices to make. So you got to become comfortable making lots of decisions. And the only way you get more comfortable at that is by getting really familiar with the tools. That's why I rarely pull up new stuff that I'm not super familiar with while I'm working, because that's not the time to try new stuff usually for me. In this particular song, we went fairly easy on I mean, this to me is still fairly easy, because even though it looks like a lot, like, ooh, 2 compressors. No, we already talked about it. It's barely doing 3 or 4 dB, barely, between the two of them together. And yeah, I mean, the rest of it's typical stuff. Instead of the inflator this time, I went with a CG2. I felt like I didn't really want what the inflator was doing. It was definitely clouding up stuff a little bit, and it was just a little bit of a cloudy, like, veil on things. And sometimes the solve for that is to click this, the band split, to prevent some of the intermodulation distortion that might happen. But I also felt like it wasn't necessary to use that plugin at all, because the CG2 did it what I was looking for, which was just give me a clean cap to the end of the ML4. And it was very apparent to me that I needed to mess with that, or at least maybe take off inflator and put something else on, once I added gold clip, which is its own kind of saturator too. So once, that's the way I always think about it, is like, if something comes on, something should come off. So gold clip came on, and then if it's not working, if it's just not working like that, like at the snap of your fingers, take something off. It might work now, because, and then you'll see what you like better. Like, just because I used this yesterday doesn't mean that it should stay on there today. There's no correlation there for, like, that being the case. If there's something your ears are telling you is wrong, this is what I mean by knowing your tools. I know sometimes the beef you get from inflator can also give you mud. So it's a question of, do I like the veil it's putting on stuff? And if you wind up dealing with it on all your tracks and it's still there, then it's coming from your mix bus. And in my case, I was sure it wasn't coming from individual elements, because I cleaned up kick, I cleaned up bass, and it felt so right. And then something about that inflator was just still messing with my clarity a little bit, which is why I attempted the black box for a second. But what I like to do is keep a mix in this kind of zone where it still feels alive. Like, I didn't squash the life out of this thing completely. And I like that. There's movement, and there's a lot of movement on the automation side. Like, we did a hefty amount of automation today. Let's bring this back to that so I don't have a conniption. Keep everything blue for the sake of OCD. And where are we at? We got, when I read that first, Alex, I thought you were talking about 7 luffs again. I almost blew a valve, dude. Sonic Soundwork says, thanks for the link, we'll check it out later. Nice. Where are we at? No, I appreciate it, Sonic Soundwork. Thank you for the positive vibes there, man. I appreciate that. Nothing like pressing that export button. It's so true. So true. Well, here's the thing. When you print the way I do, where you're bouncing, whether it's online or offline, that whole print process gives me a WAV file and an MP3 file at the end, so you don't actually have to export it out of the session. When I used to do the, when you arm a track to record and pull and do it in the session, like I used to do when I was hybrid mixing, you'd always have to export it later, just an extra step, and often export it twice, because you would want an MP3 also for easy pass around, and you'd have to export it twice. No really big deal, but it's just extra steps. Every step you can save is always a pleasure, in my opinion. Really enjoy saving time. So if I had to guess, this is probably running us in the area of -8.5 luffs or so, which I'm always fine with. I've told you before, like, I don't really care about luffs that, like, I want the vibe of the song to be there. And if I have to destroy that at all to create an extra luff or two, like, to make the freaking thing -7 or something, it's like such a waste. I'm too old for that. There was a time in my life where I would have done it. There'll be times when I look in the mirror on this line, and my face is getting clearer. So where are we at? Let's do it. Inflator is tricky. Inflator works for me a lot. It's a GOAT plugin for me. I really like it. It works really well after the Mic DSP ML4000, but that doesn't mean it should always be there. 100%. Have a couple other options just in case. Like the CG2 does it in a more transparent way, which is why that's my go-to. When things are too muddy, I'll go there. I'll switch to the CG2 almost instantly. And that eliminates the need for the inflator for me. The black box is another alternate that I like, and Tube is actually a good alternate for that position sometimes also. Depends what else you got going on in your mix bus and session, but the Pro L2, another option I like, and sometimes the Oxford limiter is the move instead of the inflator. But those both have a character to them that's really strong. So if you want a little more transparent, Pro L2 is really good for it, or CG2 is really good for it. I still use the Pro L2 a lot, but the CG2 shows up a lot these days. The Pro L2 is so visual it can mess with you, whereas I like how CG2 is not visual at all. I really enjoy that, to be honest. Love it. So yeah, where are we at? Let's do our thank yous, wrap-ups, and the goodness and the good stuff. Where are we at here? Let's take her in close. We got, calm down, it's just love. That means that if you use inflator when working at 48 kilohertz, aliasing is going to be all over the place. Yeah, I can only use the inflator because I work at 96, I think. That's the only reason why I like it as much as I do when I like it. It's because 96K makes it like manageable. It just seems that way. I could be totally off, but aliasing is not always a negative. Like Decapitator's got no oversampling, and it's one of the best plugins of all time. But there's an inherent difference, I think, in a plugin where you're going for like a distorted sound compared to a thickening kind of saturation that's meant to be more beef and less less of a total change in the waveform completely. So I don't know. Maybe there's something to that, but I believe you, GDP, in saying that if you use it at a lower sample rate, you'll have lesser results. I believe that wholeheartedly. Hit the like button over here, and if you haven't said anything and you're hanging around, you're in the chat, throw something in there so that I know who you are, because it would be awesome to, trust me. We don't bite in here. We just want to know who's in there doing their thing, and hitting the like button is always helpful, and we appreciate it either way. So some people are shy. They just want to learn. They don't want to talk, and that's cool. All for it. But just so you know, you're welcome anytime you got a question or anything, or want to just add what you're working on, or be part of our crew in some additive way. You're happy to have you here, man. And what else we got? Is it true that blasting LUFS became popular for headphones / low level listening, still having punch? No, I think LUFS, like blasting LUFS, became popular, when everyone was in the CD era, like way before headphones were like the main thing, the main form of consumption. People still had stereos all the time when those wars began, and some albums sound really good and also really smashed, and you just say to yourself, like, I wonder what this would sound like less smashed. And sometimes that means find the vinyl release, because the vinyl release often has a less smashed version because they had no choice. And sometimes you can get that missing link going if you just get to the vinyl. Not always, but sometimes you might be able to come up with something. I really loved the album Californication when it came out. From a sonic perspective, I also remember thinking, wow, it's pretty smashed. At least that's how it felt anyway. I don't know. Love the album. It does. See, that's the other thing, is like, if you love the songs on it, you'll love them whether it's super like over smashed or not. It's just a question of, what you value when you're listening. And if you value a little more air in there, a little more space in there, which not a lot of people do, if you're not a super, If you're not the kind of listener that listens with their heart, I feel like if you're just listening, if it's just a passive thing, you won't even think about it. But if you're like trying to if you're trying to listen to something and really feel more separation between the instruments, it's just a question of the more smashed, the less you get that. It's how much separation do you really want? Everything just kind of sits on top of itself the more you smash it. So that's the trade-off. And a lot of times you just sacrifice. Like I said, if you listen to any Radiohead album up against anything that was competing for crazy loudness wars, Radiohead's going to lose. Does that matter? No, it doesn't matter. Because Radiohead albums sound amazing. So it doesn't matter in the slightest. So if the songs are that good, I'm telling you, listen to Weird Fishes. Listen how small those drums sound. Put on Californication and then Weird Fishes. It's a very different thing. You know what I'm saying? And the funny thing, too, is you never really know if it's done during mastering or mixing. Like, the mix could have had, like, tons of life in it, and then it was smashed in mastering. Like, you don't really know who to point the finger at. It's interesting how that works. That's why I say the vinyl is sometimes the key to understanding at least what it was supposed to be. Go to the vinyl. Go to it. If you book them, they will vinyl. Yeah, so where are we at? It's all good over there. What do we got? Air Windows has an alternative called Inflamer. Much better re-aliasing. Interesting. Air Windows to the rescue. Deal. That's pretty amazing. CD's okay. I heard someone say keep headphone listeners happy when it came to smashing loves. It was never... In headphones, everything is super loud, dude. Like, that's the funny thing about it. In headphones, everything's as loud as you need it to be and too loud, I think. When I listen to headphones, everything's too loud. So it's it was for those playlists because people used to make mixes of CDs, like the OG CD burner. You could play a CD and record that song, and then put your own compilation together on CD. Throw it in your car. Like this was prior to MP3 players. That's how people rolled. And then you'd put your stuff on a CD with other stuff. It wasn't level matched at all. So now what? You know what I'm saying? Now it was like, oh, they don't want their song to come on and be lower or louder or whatever. So I think that's where it started ultimately, was when making, like, mixtapes were always a thing though, right? But the tape era and the CD era were very different, and the loudness war started during the CD era. Tapes were still a thing, but phased out a lot at that point. But I remember Sam Goody still sold tapes for a really long time. Into the CD era, they still had tapes for sale. There's a whole section of tapes on the wall. Fun fact, I worked at Sam Goody for a hot second. Back in the day. CDs, okay, yeah. But enough of that. Good stuff tonight anyways. Dude, yo, I appreciate it, Alex Christoph. I seriously appreciate it. Let's do some thank yous. You guys are awesome. Thank you list. Here we go. Let's do it. Here we go. Thank you to, here we go. Let's hit them up with the sounds in the jam. Thank you to Sonic Soundwork. Thank you to Unknown with a bunch of V's in there. Thank you to Alex Christoph Drums. Thank you to Stelios Leos, the 1108 in Greece. Alex Christoph in LA. Pongmaster 123, 12 Trips. Toeman 7729. Vinyl Bear Studio. Thank you to Lycopene Rock. Audio Guy 1994. Toeman showed up. Can't forget about the Toeman. We got Mr. Psychotronic was in the house. Thank you to him. And thank you to Shigeono TH Music in South Africa. Thank you to user Who's a What's It NC1. Thank you to AIM AI Energy. Thank you to Lurk Squad 730, Braxel 1, Slag Media Records, and Warheart Arts. Brian Piontek, can't forget about you, my dude, in the Slag Media joint. You guys got this. Everybody remember. I like to always close with this positive note. Making a mix sound great is something everybody can do, especially because great is relative. And it starts with what you like and what you hear. And no two mix engineers are going to mix the song the same. Everyone's going to mix it completely different. Everyone's going to lean on certain places harder than others. Some people want more kick in everything, and then other people, some people want more width at the sake of a lot of stuff, and some people want the drums super tight and very mono-sounding drums, and some people want them wide. Some people like XY, some people like space pair. Some people like extra compression, really want to feel the glue. Some people want no glue at all. Just run everything through to nothingness. Don't even send it to the mix bus. Just put it on a boat and drift it out to sea, and then, wave to it as it floats by. That's what they want. They don't want no inflator. They just want a rowboat. That's cool. Everything is acceptable in these parts, and that's the truth. Go with your taste, go with your gut. And bottom line is, I hope in me doing this kind of thing, it maybe gives you some ideas about something, opens up lanes of, I didn't think about doing that maybe. And sometimes you guys throw ideas in the chat. I get ideas from you guys too. Sometimes there's a good reason I'm not doing something in which I might talk about, and you might be like, oh, you know what? It's a good reason not to do that. And in this particular song, I like to usually keep conservative levels on the master bus. For whatever reason, on this one, I let it exceed a little bit, and I was sort of okay with the way everything was going, so I didn't touch it. Because anytime you bring level down, your whole signal chain comes into play. Like, for example, I'm not going to make this long, but for example, if I lowered everything so that this was lower, I'd be getting less going into the tape, going into A-type first, then the tape, then all the bus compressors, and I liked the way those things were working. So once I got done with automation, I made an executive call to leave stuff where it was because I felt like I wasn't losing anything by doing it. Now, that goes against the grain of what I usually do. I usually keep very conservative over here. And either way, there's no right, there's no wrong, but the truth is, fresh ears will tell all. Fresh ears will give you a key to what to do. And I think learning how to trust your own opinion and not, tons of other people, like no focus group bullshit, just rely on your own opinion. And then stand on that, like put that out that way, and you could be part of our community and ask opinions, and we encourage it even. There's no problem with doing that. It's just your opinion's got to mean the most. Everyone else has got to be like the background vocals in the song. You can't let their opinion run what you're going to do. That's the truth. If you do, you can't ask their opinion forever. And even though you might learn something from the opinions, it's got to be the background vocal to your own opinion, because that'll teach you more. In other words, getting it wrong, something you do, and the balance is wrong, this is too compressed, that, whatever. Getting that wrong will teach you more than listening to other people every time, because you will become dependent on their opinions. And that's actually worse. So I think everyone should kind of take that to heart, because it means a lot. Trust me when I tell you, it took me a long, long time to realize this kind of stuff. Doner kebab for everybody. So I hope it makes sense in some way, shape, or form to the person who's hoping to get better all the time, but also doing things that are destructive to their own progress. Avoid as many of those as you can. All right. And all skill levels are welcome in our chat, on our Discord, on all these live streams, which are going to be coming at you like crazy. So many of them, you won't even know what hit you, of all different genres. I just threw the link to the Discord in there so you guys can see it. And that's where we're at. We got no problem, Sonic Soundworks, throwing me a thank you, and Doner Kebab with some kitty eyes. Awesome, dude. I got to do that. And Slag Media saying, I'm going to post the drum cam footage from last night in the Discord. Nice. That's what's up. Join our Discord. Be part of a community of people just like yourself, and jump into your mix while I'm mixing. You're no longer alone. You're a part of a giant studio with engineers just like you. So I recommend it highly. Shigiono, I appreciate it very much, my dude. Thanks for joining, everybody. Braxel, you're awesome. Oh, man, it started to rain, but I hope you get that mowing job done over there. Vinyl Bear, thanks for coming through and being part of this thing. We appreciate having you. Yeah, and how could I forget also? Thank you to GDP Japan for helping make this thing what it is, and being a very, very valuable voice and in our whole community. And awesome. The information he adds to the Discord, the help he provides to not only me but everybody else. Really, 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 really thorough stuff. These live streams go off without a hitch most of the time. And that's all because of GDP helping me get to this point. So I really appreciate it. I want to many, many thank yous out to GDP, because he's the man. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. All this stuff is great because of you guys too. You guys help. You make it awesome. You're a part of this thing, and there's going to be tons more to come. Just me, no high horses. GDP is also hilarious, so he keeps the energy flowing at all times in a positive direction because the dude's hilarious. Hilarious. Opinions are like backup singers. Let's change the cliche thing. It's so true. Opinions are like backup singers. Everybody has them. Yeah, kind of. Opinions are like stock plugins. Everybody's got them. I don't know if that's better. I don't know. We got to come up with a good one. Once I eat some Donner, I'll have a better one. Anybody who comes up with a better one, throw it in the Discord. Maybe the one that gets the most likes we'll start using as a sound effect or something because it's important. I appreciate it, Braxel. Nah, dude, you helped out as always. GDP is the unsung hero indeed. Final Bear, you're awesome. You guys are great. All right, so without further ado, we're going to do our wrap up right now. So everybody remember, you can all make a mix that sounds awesome in a reasonable amount of time. Just give yourself the pressure to do it. Watch out for the aliens like we just heard. And don't be afraid to automate Galaxy Tape Echo. The aliens aren't so bad. You know, they ultimately have they have a good side to them. They're kind underneath. So even though they might show up and be crazy, trust me, just show them some respect and they will show you respect back. Aliens are awesome, and we couldn't have this stream without them. There's probably some aliens in here somewhere. And we got this. We got this, guys. There it is. I was like, where's the aliens? There's one. Just heard one. I was hoping to get another alien to say goodbye to us before we go, but it's okay. Sometimes the spaceship shows up, sometimes it doesn't. If you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, catch the next stream, because almost every stream, I introduce you guys to some aliens. Every time. Without any further ado, mixing is all within your purview. You guys got this, all right? I appreciate you watching. Evan Jaffe Custom Cut Studios. If you got video ideas, let me know. Hit that like button, smack it, smash it, give it a fade. Fade it up. Fade it up. Like button all day. Subscribe if you haven't already. Share this with anybody who you think needs to learn how to mix. Make this thing, keep making it what it is because it's awesome. I really appreciate it. You guys are great. Double dredged in panko. I'm about to eat some awesomeness. Kebab doner in the house. Anybody who thinks you can't cook a doner by yourself, you can do it. You can absolutely do it. You can make your own gyro. All you need is an oven and the meats and the seasonings. You need the beef, the lamb. We'll make a whole video on it if you want. More stuff to come. Potentially even some live music being done. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, lots of stuff. You guys are awesome. All right, I'm gonna leave you with that. Let's do it. Let's do it. More stuff to come. Thanks for watching. You made the stream amazing. I'll catch you guys on the flip. This is Evan Jaffe Custom Cut Studios. I appreciate it. Seriously, hit the like button. Subscribe. Talk to you guys soon. Evan Jaffe Custom Cut. You guys got this. Take it easy.